Good morning and welcome to this 10th anniversary meeting of Minimally Invasive Extracorporeal Technologies International Society, which is organized in Thessaloniki, the seat of the society. And we are happy that 10 years after the inaugural event, we are in the position that most of the opinion leaders that started this society, they are here today, and they shared with us all these years whatever we have set as goals for this society. So we have to start with a very hot topic in this meeting about penetration of minimally invasive extracorporeal circulation to different parts of the world, just to try and reveal what's going on and which is the stage that we are having after 10 years of the society. What are the drawbacks for people that are not using, which is the potential, and what should we do? I am co-moderating with Professor Kimura because we had some last-minute issues with the moderators. So we will start immediately with the first lecture that will be from Hans-Josef Zeni from Insel Hospital in Bern, that will give us a lecture on the Swiss experience.
Thank you very much. Now it's on, sorry. It's a big honor for me to open this anniversary meeting, and thank you very much again for the kind invitation. So I will talk shortly about the Swiss experience. Now, the current situation in Switzerland is not really refreshing or promising. You know, the problem is we have just 3 or 4 clinics that currently use MEC in our MiECTiS in their clinics. That are the University Hospital in Geneva. They use a type 2 for CABG under the direction from Professor Huber, Christoph Huber. Then in the Hirslanden group, we have 2 clinics, Bern and Aarau. They still use a type 1 for CABG as well, with Lars Engelberger, and in the University Hospital in Basel, they also use a type 2 for CABG. We in Bern, unfortunately, we stopped the MEC program, but we did a new concept, and I will present that a bit later. We did until 2022, we used a type 2 for CABG and a type 3 for AVR. Now, the problem, as you see, we were always the only clinic in Switzerland that using MEC with independently. We didn't have another clinic. They really pushed the technique. So that's why I mentioned the chiefs from the other clinics that are using MEC, because they were all be trained by Professor Karel in Bern. And if they left the hospital, they took the technique or transferred the technique with them to their new clinics. That's why we have only trained people from Bern. They're using MEC in Switzerland currently. We also trained the perfusionists, or we were on site and helped them to implement MEC in their clinic. So I can say that Professor Thierry Karel and my previous chief, Eric Gigax, they played at this time a major role for penetration MiECTiS in Switzerland. With regard to this conference, I called the surgeons from these clinics and the perfusionists. I asked why you do not use MiECTiS systems for advanced surgery, such as open heart surgery, and they answered me really one answer: they have safety concerns. You know, they are safe what they are doing, but they don't want to take an additional risk. That was the answer for them. Now, oh, sorry, I was blocked. No, it's okay. But we did a lot of things, you know, to try to penetrate more into the market. We had national, international presentation. We also the first. No, there was the third MiECTiS meeting was 2018 in Bern. We also was host for the consensus paper in 2015, and my chief Professor Karel was an active member and is an active member in the MiECTiS. And we teach in the perfusion school in Zurich, and we also had this international courses, the academia course with a with academy and with Medtronic, sorry, we give this 2-day training for whole teams. We also had a own lab for MiECTiS. We invited people to come over and we trained with them. We tried new things. That's what we did. But to be honest, it was a modest success. Now, let me just go back to the first years, how we started. We started in early 2000 with a closed loop from Yostra at this time. And we also developed, also Eric Gigax tried to develop a suction system, which the idea behind was to avoid blood-air contact. And we also created a new cardioplegia. It was this low-dose cardioplegia, so-called cardioplexic. And you can see in 2003, we started with our MEC program for CABG, and that was really a 10 or 15%, because low number of all CABGs. And in 2004, we had more than 50% for isolated CABG with mini bypass. And in 2005, we really started with mini bypass, and we had a share of more than 95% for CABG. So, and then we changed a bit the thing, because we have in our focus became the type 3. We all want to go, we tried to go further with open heart surgeries, and then we changed the suction strategy. So we replaced this vacuum sucker with a roller pump, and we added a venous bubble trap because there has now a new strategy for de-airing. That was a change we did. And we also found out, or we did a study that we saw that you can, during CABG, you can really fully separate the blood. You can really go with the auto transfusion system. You do not have some disadvantages. So that was also the reason that we stopped with this special sucker, and we just put it one, and we just sucked. If something happens, then we re-infuse the volume, but it was quite rare. Our type 3 was then a bit special because we struggled a bit, to be honest. We struggled with the vent blood. Even today, you know, that is because I think there's also the hot topic for if you want to really go further, if you want to use type 4, type 3 suction blood become really a key topic now. Our system was quite simple. We had a roller pump, and we used, and we will see that on the next slide, a pulmonary vein vent. We called this kind of venting on demand, because we didn't vent until the surgeon asked to vent. So that was the idea behind, quite simple. With this system, we did some AVRs, venous-sternotomy, we did all aortic valve surgery. Now, shortly discussion about the aortic pulmonary artery venting. You know, the problem if you use a pulmonary artery vent is the problem. This is the vent will be linked automatically with the main line. And I saw in several clinics I visited, if the surgeon had an overflowing field, he asked for more venting, and the only thing you can do in this case is to increase the speed. So you can provoke, or that can lead to unstable perfusion guidance. That's what I saw quite often. So that was my reason to go to another solution with all the disadvantages. We put it a normal pulmonary vein vent interventricle. With the disadvantage, you can see that here you have blood air contact. That is a compromise. And so based on this, we said, okay, now we have new systems on the market, which they are quite open, of course, but they are comparable nowadays with the type 3 concerning priming. And if you use a pulmonary vein vent with blood air contact, we can also switch perhaps to an open system, but optimize the system. That's the point. That was the reason we did this step. So the reason for a strategy change in our clinic was first the vent blood management, and the optimized system. They can really now we can compare them with mini bypass. Perhaps we can discuss that a bit later. And now on the market, but one point is you have to deal with suction blood. Even if you use an open system, please, suction blood is always key. There's new promising techniques on the market, a new hybrid reservoir from Spectrum. We will discuss them tomorrow in my other presentation. And on the other hand, there's some double chamber reservoirs. And the other point is new stuff, you know, to be honest. I never thought that, because CABG is quite simple, huh? But if you have once a surgeon is not familiar or not willing to use MEC, he will luxate his heart in a manner that brings you in trouble. I saw that several times. And so that really I learned, again, what we postulated since years, MiECC is absolutely a team approach. That is so important. I learned that in the years. And then with my new chief, he said he will not side clamp the aorta because based on the guidelines for myocardial vascularization, you just don't touch the aorta too much. So just put one clamp and not a side clamp. And if you use MAC and you do not have a side clamp for the proximal anastomosis, can really be a bit a problem because then you have really floating blood on the anastomosis. That was a reason to not use. And on the other hand, we had retrograde cardioplegia, and to put it in, sometimes you have really high risk to suck air into the system. So that's the system we have now for CABG. We tested it now. It's this new kind of reservoir which allows you to go closed. It's a kind of hybrid, but it's still open. It's not. It's a detail because it's not a closed system. But with this new reservoir, you have the opportunity to really to go closed for CABG, and also then to specificate and separate suction blood. You can have two chambers, one for the main sucker and the others for the vent blood as well. And that offers you all the opportunities for surgery, even for big frozen elephant and so on. And of course, with centrifugal pump, and we have all the automatic perfusion opportunities in the system from Spectrum. And the other clinics in Switzerland, come again to the Swiss experience, they're still using this type 2, which we use for years, a type 2, but they just use it as a for CABG, and some of them, they will also close the PFO with the system. And they have no limits. I asked in a surgeon in Aarau, he also operate people, there are patients that are not too heavy, because some of them, we said after 120 kilos at the time, we didn't use a MiECC, but theoretically, it's not a problem with the new cannula on the market. So, the guys from Basel, what they did, the only difference to us what in the past was they use a new cardioplegia because they were never happy with our cardioplex and they did the study and found out there's another way to go. They use a bit modified microplegia from Califiore, and they use also this protection system from US. That I think it is. We use that also one. We tested it for pediatrics. It's quite often used for pediatrics, and they are really happy with that. But it's the only difference to the basic or first circuit. So they're not really developed new systems. That's a bit sad. So to be honest, the MiECC systems could only be introduced modestly in Switzerland. Bern was the founder clinic from Professor Karel. And all the cardiosurgeons which use MiECC in Switzerland will be trained by Professor Karel. The introduction of the system will only be successful if everyone pulls in the same direction. That's what I learned from the last years. And although to be self-critical a bit, also from my side, we failed to convince the teams in Switzerland that the MiECC are really safe and they have important advantages over the conventional one. But on the other hand, we can also say we learned a lot of the MEC technology, and that helped us now to develop new system, the so-called optimized ECC. So thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you, Hans-Jörg, for this presentation and for sharing with us all this experience, the last couple of decades in Bern. We will go on with the other speakers before we have the discussion at the end as a panel. So, Professor Kimura, can you present the rest?
The second presentation from Russia, Dr. Aberia.
А я не слышу. Могу? Посмотрите. Могу?
We are hearing you, Tatiana.
Yes, we are here.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I am really happy to have a chance to tell you about 20-year MEC penetration experience in Russia. Here is the map of the Russian Federation, a country with a population of 147 million people. Annually, about 1 million die of cardiovascular diseases. This is the first place in mortality and the second place in morbidity. About 147,000 patients need an open heart operation per year. As you see, in the last 3 decades, the amount of CPB cases has considerably increased. The most productive was the year of 2018, when we totally performed more than 52,000 operations with CPB. The most common pathology was ischemic heart disease with the share of 49%. If at least 5% of them were performed with MEC, its amount would make up to 1,500 cases. In reality, MEC penetration is happening very slowly. We conducted a survey according to which about 15 Russian clinics used MEC during CABG, aortic valve replacement, PCI procedures, and thoracoabdominal aortic constructions. Herewith, all 4 the existing MEC types were used. Since 2004, about 700 procedures have been made. Among the main reasons for slowly MEC penetration were a high price, which exceeds much more than twice compared with conventional ECC. In this connection, our clinics could afford to purchase few sets. Due to low frequency use, the perfusionists couldn't overcome the learning curve. Thus, the system seemed to them rather inconvenient and unsafe. Most Russian surgeons tend to prefer operating off pump, considering it to be a real state of art in coronary surgery. Moreover, some other factors mentioned were the change of clinical leadership, COVID-19 consequences, and some supply issues. The first operation with mini circuit was made on the 1st of March 2004 in the Russian Scientific Surgery Center in Moscow. A 56-year-old woman with ischemic heart disease was operated on by Professor Shabalkin, who used type 1 MEC circuit produced by Jostra. Professor Lokshin was the first who performed MEC procedure in Russia. The second group who decided to join MEC technologies was a team from Surgut, a city in Siberia. In 2006, they performed their first surgery, also using MEC system with Calafiore cardioplegia. The first MEC here was conducted by Vadim Tsapenchikov together with Dutch perfusionist Franz Wanders. On the whole, 5 MEC cases were performed in Surgut and 30 similar procedures using Synergy integrated mini system in Khanty-Mansiysk. The same perfusionist continued his work in the clinical hospital of the President Affairs Management in Moscow. All in all, 134 cases were performed. Their investigation proved that MEC usage has innumerable advantages. Later, based on these results, a PhD research work was written by Violeta Dvoryanchikova. You will listen to her report at the meeting. Kaliningrad, a federal center, has the richest MEC expertise. There over 300 operations have been applied. Dynamics of the use is presented in the slide. Bakulev Center is the biggest center of CV surgery in Russia. In the best years, we performed more than 5,000 CPB cases annually. After the visiting of the Bern University Hospital in 2013, we decided to introduce MEC technologies in our practice. During the visit, we agreed also on a joint study. In 2014, together with Eric Gigax, we studied microcirculation system in 6 MEC and 12 conventional ECC cases on the Russian device called a computer capillaroscope. Here you can see this device and its remote management access. The device allows to measure static and dynamic parameters of the regional capillary blood flow, among which a capillary net density, perivascular zone diameter, the size of arterial, venous, and transitional capillary parts, both linear and volume blood flow speeds in real time. We demonstrated that MiECT perfusion provides a steadier blood flow on the micro level, which is resulted in a bigger capillary net density within the perfusion time and at the first day after surgery. Isovolemic perfusion was accompanied by a significant growth of the pericapillary zone. It means oxygen transition distance. However, it remained within normal values. We concluded that in this small group, a MiECT concept showed an evident benefit compared with conventional ECC in terms of microvascular tissue perfusion. After the first interaction with MiECT systems, we understood the need for practical education to be applied in the clinic. To do that, we decided to use an Orpheus perfusion simulator since we highly appreciated it at the first MiECTiS meeting in Thessaloniki, where it was presented. We developed and introduced an education program devoted to safe MiECT usage. It started in 2015. For a while, we suspended MiECT usage, but didn't stop thinking about a new clinical investigation. Such an opportunity came when our surgeons began to practice mini-invasive coronary surgery. To demonstrate the safety of the MiECT system, we conducted an animal experiment. At present, we limited our MiECT practice with mini-invasive coronary surgery, mostly recabbages and thoracoabdominal aortic reconstructions. MIECTiS makes up 5% of all cabbages and requires CPB under multivessel damages. The MIECTiS concept implies a combination of the left mini thoracotomy, multivessel bypass surgery, peripheral femoral cannulation under ultrasound guidance, as well as type 3 MiECT usage, isovolemic normothermic flow or supportive perfusion. The combination of both minimal invasive techniques is expected to be a summation of their benefits. We also used semi-closed type 3 mini circuits under thoracoabdominal aorta reconstructions. Compared to a conventional ECC, a semi-closed system provides the best hemodynamic management, makes it possible to perform a quick return of large blood volumes, fulfill more safe mesenteric perfusion, and work under less heparinization. Peripheral ECC connection, venous line, bubble sensor, and autoclamp before centrifugal pump provides a reliable protection from massive air embolism. Last year, we performed 16 MiECT procedures. All the patients passed through an uncomplicated postoperative period and had a minimal stay in ICU and in the clinic. In conclusion, I would like to state that MiECT penetration into Russian clinics began 20 years ago. Its development and penetration was associated with direct activities of trauma and Medtronic academies, Bern University Hospital, as well as the extracorporeal circulation section in the All-Russian Association of Cardiovascular Surgeons. The main obstacles to wider penetration were high cost and of consumables and obvious indifference of surgeons and hospital administration. Thank you very much for the listening. I would like to express a special gratitude to the organizers, Kyriakos Anastasidis and Polithronis Antonitses, who gave me this possibility to take part in this anniversary meeting. Thank you very much.
Dr. Barina, thank you so much for great presentations. We can understand the current situation of development and the penetration of minimally invasive ECC in Russia. It's very interesting and presentation. Thank you so much. May I ask you a quick question?
Yes, of course.
So, are there any available, simulation device in Russia? The simulation device of a MiECTiS? No? Are you available, commercial available?
Simulation devices. Yes, we continue to use our simulation program devoted to safe Mac usage, but we don't have enough students, unfortunately, who want to go through this educational program. Because as I have already shown, only 15 Russian clinics had an experience to use Mac within these 20 years. And there are little clinics who wants to join Mac technologies.
Okay, thank you.
Especially we use our Orpheus perfusions.
Right. Thank you, Tatiana. I have to say that we have connection problems with Rajiv Gupta from India and from Alex Kale from the UK. Just to let you know that the intention of us was to try and explore about the situation in countries that are having different setups from the healthcare system and also different environment for adopting MiEC. So before we go into commentators, I would say that United Kingdom is a very fertile environment where MiEC have started with a very dynamic way, though after the COVID situation, it seems that it's stable. And I believe that we will be able to discuss about it to other sessions. About India, India is a developing country, has a great interest. We are discussing a society with a lot of perfusionists like Gupta, who are heading the national societies, and there is a huge interest in India, though India is with Colombia, I think the countries that I have really about 95, 98% OPCAB, just because of the consumables. So they are champions in OPCAB use and not using the ECC. So I believe for them it won't be a problem of having an expensive technology or to invest in such kind of technology. And we will go now to commentators because Russia has been revealed. Russia is a huge country that really has a great potential. Tatiana revealed what are the drawbacks. And also Bern used to be one of the founding countries in this technology. And what I will keep from what Hans-Jörg has said is that they missed their chief, Thierry Carrel, and after that, there have been a lot of, let's say, issues that have been brought up, but most of them we can criticize. But the overall is if you don't have the team and if you don't have the chief, then things will not go this way. So we have with us Lorraine Jansa from Toronto and Mike Van Driel from the industry. Lorraine is a perfusionist and she is working with the MiECTiS system, so she can tell us some things on the Northern American experience and what's going on, especially in Canada, because United States have started, but it's very low penetration to this country. And of course, Mike Van Driel, Mike is one of the founders of this technology when he was working as an engineer and perfusionist many years in the early decade of 90s. And then throughout the years that he was a leader in the industry, he has a lot to tell us about what's going on in the countries around. And after that, we will have any questions from your side or from us, me and Professor Kimura, who is surgeon from Japan, Saitama, Tokyo. So, Lorraine, the floor for yours. Just give us your talk, your experience of what's going on in Northern America, and especially Canada.
Yeah, so I'm a perfusionist at Toronto General. So at Toronto General, we started the program years ago. We originally started with 2 surgeons that were willing to learn and take on MiNI. And currently, we only have 1 surgeon. We've got a really big perfusion team. So there's about 20 of us right now. We taught a few of the perfusion group how to do MiNI. They went to Switzerland. They learned all the techniques. The surgeons went as well, the 2. And they brought it back and they started doing cabbage only. We use a type 3 circuit at Toronto General. And the biggest hurdle is definitely what we were talking about during the first talk, the teamwork approach. It's very difficult to get new surgeons on board. And since we started, one of the 2 surgeons we lost, they moved on, and we haven't quite found a good fit to step in and help doing the cases. So as of right now, we've got 1 surgeon. We've got about, I would say, 5 or 6 perfusionists out of the 20 that are trained. We do these cases probably, I would say, once a week. We'll do a MiNI on an ACB with the 1 surgeon. And as of right now, it's so few and far between, because we only have 1 surgeon out of 6 or 7, that we only have the 5 perfusionists trained. And it's even hard to keep those 5 perfusionists going and, competent, just because it is few and far between. And sometimes you could go 2 months, 3 months without doing one. And it's just a whole matter of, reintegrating, getting back into the mindset and doing the cases. So I'd say for us moving forward, in a perfect world, we could find another surgeon, expand it out a little bit, and then eventually teach more and more of our team. 20 people is a lot of people to get on board with anything. So for us, that would be a big learning curve. But I do see us moving forward into taking on more of a AVR, adding AVRs to our list, especially with our 1 surgeon. He's very, very helpful. He listens. He'll help us. However, some of the other surgeons we have some surgeons that do MiNIs and some surgeons that do off-pump cabbages. However, the learning curve of getting them to be a little bit more team-oriented and working with us to provide the best pump run that we can is probably our biggest hurdle right now. So we're moving forward. It's just very slow. It takes time, and the team approach is where we're going with it.
Okay, thank you. So, Mike.
Sure. Well, first, thanks for the invitation to be here again. It's always a pleasure and an honor to work with this organization, and I'm very proud of the work that this group has done over the last 10 years, much less the people that really contributed to setting up this meeting in the first place around this whole concept. What I can say is that in my previous life, let's say, as I was stepping into the new challenge that I'm in now, when we looked at the tubing sets, and just that's an easy way for us to really understand penetration, kind of through the region that we were responsible for when I was with Medtronic, in terms of producing tubing sets for Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Canada. Especially for Toronto. So when, just on my way out, I had done a review just of where we were with the different types of circuits. And, I was happy to see that over half the customers that we had, right? So, you figure Medtronic's manufacturing for custom sets is pretty big. It's got a pretty reasonable market share. And over half of the centers that were purchasing tubing sets were also purchasing some form of a class 1, class 2, class 3, or class 4 circuit. So what that roughly means is that the centers that that my team and I were really trying our best to support were doing some form of I'm sorry if I use the old term of mini bypass, but I've got it in my brain because I've been saying it that way for the last 20 years. I think also when we looked at caseloads, just in terms of what does this look like more broadly for everybody from types of cases being done, especially in Western Europe, primarily Western Europe, we'd seen that about 20 to 25% of all the CABG or CABG AVR cases or AVR were being done with some form of a class 1, class 2, class 3, or class 4 circuit. Clearly, there was a predominant shift, thanks in no part to a lot of the publications by a lot of the authors that are going to be presenting at this Congress, but more specifically, thanks to Professor Anastasiadis' group's efforts to do some more meta-analysis, to take some of the individual work that had been done by Professor Froms and some of the other people that have contributed so heavily to to this field. That preponderance of clinical evidence meant that there were also examples of the circuits that were being translated into tenders that we were responding to, if for new customers, for existing customers that wanted to try it. To the extent that we were actually working very closely with perfusion services in Germany, in the Netherlands, Belgium, and in Italy, to try and support making sure that we could train the people and keep up with the requests that we were getting for some of these these people that put it in the tender that they wanted to do this kind of an approach, but that they needed help just understanding how to implement it for their hospitals. So, what I can say is that and I'll talk a little bit about this in the presentation a little bit later. I'm going to present just on the engineering side, how did all this come about and how do we look at it as an engineering community, and the history of the development, starting from from fiber bubble oxygenators to how we got to where we're at. There are a lot of things that I think this group should be proud of, and certainly the preponderance of people using just centrifugal pumps. The market penetration when I started at Medtronic in 2008 was about 10%. And when I left, 50% of our customers were using centrifugal pumps. And many of those situations had been created because they were looking to go the direction of what we're proposing around the class 3, class 4 circuits. Maybe they stopped once they implemented centrifugal pump because that was already enough of a change for them. But when you look at the pull through, when you look at the opportunities and for advancement of perfusion that have happened because of the work that this group is doing to really push the boundaries for patient outcomes, for clinical outcomes, and really enforcing the teams to have better teamwork, work more closely together to be able to implement techniques like this, even in minimally invasive surgery. We're seeing a preponderance of that now with minimally invasive surgery as well. Without the work that this group did. On the commercial side, from my side, that what has happened over the last 15 years would never have happened.
Right, thank you. So let's hear about the Japanese experience from Naoki.
Yes, thank you so much. I'd like to talk about the current situation of the minimally invasive ECC in Japan. And unfortunately, more than 90% of the hospital are still using the conventional ECC. The main reason seems to be I think the safety concern. But my hospital is one of the limited hospital using the minimally invasive ECC, and we developed our system in 1998. Mr. Momose, he's a perfusionist, and he's a great guy, and he started this system. And I think one of the major reasons for the slow penetration of the such a minimally invasive ECC is lack of the the simulation device, commercial available simulation device in Japan. And so I think in the future the collaboration between the industry and the academia seems to be very important for the penetration of the minimally invasive ECC.
Right, thank you. So before we go on, what I would ask for is, since we are a multidisciplinary team, you have seen that there are scientists from all disciplines, even from industry. We lack in this session the anesthesiologist part. So we have some anesthesiologists here. I would invite Stam Ellen, if you can please join us here, because we have heard perfusionists, we have heard the surgeons, we have heard the industry. So what would you tell us? Stamelan is anesthesiologist professor from Kuopio, Finland. So he can tell us what about the Finnish experience and what's going on with anesthesiologists? Do they follow?
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. Well, in Finland, Kuopio University Clinic, where I work, is the only center that uses minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation. We have been doing it for 15 years now, and past 6 years we run only minimal invasive type 3 and type 4 setups. We do only adult surgeries, so and the caseload nowadays is not so big, but we skipped conventional altogether because it's not feasible, and the science points to the direction that it points. And if you look at that arguments that we are seeing here today and people are presenting, there is no point using conventional system, and they talk about the safety issues. I mean, well, it's irrelevant, you know, it's an excuse to not do something. Everybody who is trained on perfusion can be trained to run a minimal invasive concept, and I think in the future the key thing is to be implemented with the minimal invasive cardiac surgery. And I don't mean the minimal sternotomy approaches, I mean endoscopic surgeries and more developed robotic surgery. Da Vinci is not a good thing, but there will be second generation robots and so on. So this is the way to go. And yeah, stop making up excuses. Just.
Well, thank you, Stan. And what I would do is I would summarize what has been said, and then I will leave all the people to have another final comment from what we have heard. So as we close the session, because we don't have that much time. Though, from what I have heard from Bern, it seems that they were doing a lot of stuff with a type 1 MiECTiS system, which for me is just for historical reasons. And that creates a safety problem or a safety issue regarding how we can implement with the type 1 any kind of cardiac surgery. So if we want to overcome this, we need to start going to type 3, type 4, I would say. Without having modular system on board, you can't do more. I know that they have started type 3 in some states, but as Hans-Jörg has pointed out, when Thierry Carrel left, things have changed and they switched to OPEC. Well, what I would criticize about OPEC is that we had 2 studies on OPEC. One is the COMICS trial that we will reveal the results later on, and one is the ongoing MiECTiS trial. Both of them are comparing OPEC to MiECTiS and not the conventional setup that you know as perfusionist. And I can tell you the results are fantastic. They are pro MiECTiS definitely. So OPEC is a compromise. It's not an alternative, and you have to have it in mind. Now, regarding Moscow, I would ask Tatiana, because she brought up the issue of cost. I mean, if the cost is the only reason, would they go for another MiECTiS effort? Because she said also that COVID situation changed things in Russia, and I know that because I've been in Russia, and I can tell you that there is a huge interest, not just from the perfusionists, but from surgeons as well. And she presented very nice microcirculation results. That's the base. I mean, this is physiology. So what's going on in this setup now after COVID? Is it the industry that has to help? So as we restart, what's going on? As far as Canada is concerned, I know that the Toronto guys, they are doing a lot, but as Lorraine has pointed out, we need new surgeons because that is the key for this technology, and we have emphasized it from the first beginning. The surgeon is the one that would lead and make it necessary for the team. Well, Mike Van Drill from the industry side, he said that perfusion services are the key point, because most of the countries, they do have these teams that they will try and force people. And we had a discussion yesterday with Mike, and what's the key point here is try to promote not the cost, but the quality, the outcome. This would be the key point for, let's say, United States, where these big perfusion services are trying to compete themselves between the hospitals. So we need to persuade the literature now has sufficient evidence, and we need to reveal all this. We need to go to the congresses. About Japan, well, this is another thing that now Yoki has pointed out. They need training and simulations, maybe academias from companies. I don't know. This society does not have the resources to go and start doing this training. So I believe industry, again, should help. And Japan is a yes, it's a very big market. And I think they're having advanced cardiac surgery, and we need to support. And last but not least, what Stan has pointed out is that we have a very nice base, a very nice means that we have to contribute to the modern era of cardiac surgery, which is MiECTiS. Minimally invasive cardiac surgery is, to me, oxymoron. It's not, let's say, valid to say that you are doing minimally invasive without having minimally invasive perfusion on board. So we need to couple. We need to go together, and that would be a very nice way of promoting. And we have tried that with ISMICS and all the guys in MiECTiS. And Serdar, our next president, will lead you through that to another session. But MiECTiS is a very nice way of going through this technology. So with this summarizing, I would go for another round about what we have said before closing. Hans-Jörg, unfortunately, was forced to go to the other auditorium because he's presented a paper. So we would start with Tatiana. Do you have anything to comment, Tatiana? All right, I think we've dropped the line. So we'll go on with the people who are here, starting with the lady. Lorraine, your last comments?
I was really in.
The online guys need to.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. No, I really enjoyed Tatiana's presentation, especially when she started talking a little bit more about the results that they're seeing and with minimally invasive surgeries in general. I personally would love for us to start to trend in the direction of getting our minimally invasive surgeons on board. And I think that could make a huge difference in our practice.
Okay, thank you. Naoki?
Yeah, I'm very impressed with the two presentations, especially Tatiana presented the microcirculation data. It was so nice.
Okay, Stan.
Excellent discussion, and we must not only stare at the cost of the perfusion set. It's not really important. The important is overall cost of the patient care per one case, and this is where I can see the difference, at least in our hospital. This is how we presented the money case to our hospital management, and they bought it.
Okay, so Mike, you can close it.
Sure. So I'd actually, one thing that would be very interesting to hear from Tatiana as well is that if supply constraints, for the various reasons that we all understand what the issues are, specifically for her country, unfortunately, what would be very interesting is to have a really good idea of what would the unconstrained actual caseloads look like if they weren't constrained by supply. And I do wonder how much that's actually impacting the ability to do more training, to do more, to be able to get specific systems that are more customized specifically for like class 2, class 3 circuits, like what they're wanting to use. It'd be interesting to see if that would affect the total number of caseloads. But the other thing too that I would encourage people to be thinking about is, as we're going through the next couple of days, it does strike me that the clinical evidence, the preponderance of clinical evidence, when we first started this whole journey, people would say, well, let's see the clinical studies. So then we'd start showing them all the stuff coming out of Braunschweig. We'd show them stuff coming out of Paris, out of Professor Lebold's work as well in Regensburg. And, that single centers then became, all right, well, we need to see multi-center studies. So that's kind of where Professor Anastasiadis stepped in to prepare and to do meta-analyses, but also be doing a lot of work that was more based on patient outcomes, statistically significant models with meta-analysis. We have it. We have the clinical evidence. So at this point, I think Sten's completely right. It's how do we broaden the training? How do we increase the awareness, especially amongst the surgeons? How do we get into the U.S. market in a more, say, serious and mature way? And how do we continue to help work with the perfusion services, since I do believe they are the future, by the way. If they're going to be looking to try and promote their capabilities to convince hospitals to be able to do something that's more along the lines of expanding their services, this is a good way for them to do it. And maybe there's an approach there that by working with the perfusion services that we actually convince them as well that, if you want to differentiate your service against what's being offered to the hospital now, certainly the implementation of these kind of systems is definitely a significant advantage. So thanks, Professor.
All right. So thank you very much for this session, all the participants, and we will go on with the next one immediately. Thank you. So can you come
Good morning. Okay, good morning. I would like to thank you all for accepting our invitation to come and attend the MiECTiS 10 years anniversary meeting. I hope we'll have a very nice 2 days scientific sessions plus social activities as well. And now we move forward to a literature review. So what we know that MiECTiS is associated with improved clinical results, but you know that we also keep an eye always on the literature. And if we do not produce results published, then we're not going to increase penetration of minimally invasive extracorporeal circulation in other countries in the global perfusion community. So I would like to introduce Dr. Christos Voucharas and to make a literature review of mainly what happened after 2015 with minimally invasive extracorporeal circulation, and then we will have a lot of comments and discussion. Okay, thank you.
Esteemed members of the MiECTiS Society, dear guests, the position paper is a consensus document developed during the expert consensus meeting in Thessaloniki in 2014. It promoted the creation of a common language between cardiac surgeons, anesthesiologists, and perfusionists, thus collated comparable results for several studies. An update was necessary, was applied to cover all developments. Before 2015, the terminology was not unified. To be characterized as MiEC, the main components of the system must include the following criteria: a closed circuit, inert blood contact surfaces, reduced priming volume, a centrifugal pump, and setback management system. The milestone years for MiECT literature are 2004 as well as 2014. We hope that the anniversary year, 2024, will mark the beginning of a new chapter in our literature. We are now working on creating a database that includes all research related to MiECT, either before 2015 or after 2015, as long as it fulfills the criteria of MiECT. Until that time, we have conducted a comprehensive literature search using PubMed and Scopus databases. Separate analyses were performed for publications before 2015 and after 2015. Search terms including the following 25 terms. Publications concerning mini-CPB can be categorized into those published before and after 2015 until the present. There were 310 papers before 2015 and 450 papers after 2015. Referring exclusively to MiECT are 110 papers. Meta-analyses represent the most relevant forms of scientific evidence, so they are considered separately from other research. All these 6 meta-analyses that were published after 2015 include randomized controlled trials published mainly before 2015. Kowalewski, Winkler, and Cheng published both mini-CPB and MiECT research. One has done a meta-analysis of valve surgery. Mainly randomized controlled trials and to a lesser degree observational studies were used. These studies were conducted mainly before 2015. 5,500 mini-CPB or MiECT patients operated on MiECT were compared to an equal number of patients operated on conventional ECC. And nearly 2,000 patients operated on mini-CPB or MiECT were compared to 1,400 patients operated on OPCAB. So articles published since 2015, published on PubMed or Scopus, and concern MiECT are 110. Countries with the highest contributions to publications are Germany, Switzerland, Italy, Greece, followed by England, the United States, and Canada. Cities with highest contributions are Thessaloniki, with 13 publications, Bern, 12 publications, followed by Bari, Braunschweig, Ulm, Basel, Ancona, Coswig, Regensburg. The types of the articles are clinical trials, about 40%. Clinical trials typically follow a structured protocol. Clinical research, about 30%. Editorial or a position paper, 8%. A review, 5.5%. An opinion paper, 4.5%. 3 guideline articles, 2 case report and 1 case series article, practical technique, 3 articles, a comment or reply, 2, and 1 protocol for study. The types of the study were comparative MiECT, comparative to conventional ECC, 41, randomized control trials, 25, retrospective studies, 25, propensity match analysis, 10, comparative to OPCAB, OFPAM, 4, 3 experimental studies, 2 multicenter trials, and 1 trial MiECT comparative to TAVI. The topics of the articles of the research was mainly mortality and morbidity, 77. Hematology, that means transfusion needs or coagulation, 21. Valve or combined operations, 19. Inflammatory response, 15. New devices, myocardial protection, pharmacology, the elderly, cerebral or cognitive, 5. Atrial fibrillation, renal function, physiology of the circulation, minimal invasive procedures, diabetic, new techniques, pediatric surgery, circulation support, reoperations, accidental hypothermia support, quality of life, and cost effectiveness. All the articles gave 1,258 citations. Guideline articles had a higher percentage of citations per article. However, guideline articles do not exclusively focus on MiEC. These are the most cited papers, the most cited articles. We can see that the opinion, the position paper is leading with 177 publications, followed by Dr. Boulos, is Mrs. Boulos, pharmaceutical during anesthesia and inflammatory response, Professor Di Eusanio and his colleagues, Dr. Ranucci, Dr. Sardou, Dr. Bauer, said blood separation, Professor Anastasiadis, and the others, the more physiologic strategy for cardiac surgery, Professor Anastasiadis again, the state of the art in perfusion. We can see that if the article describes a new topic, a new approach, or an original technique, then it gains more citations. And of course, older articles have more citations. There are 13,000 patients operated on MiEC. 8,000 patients operated on MiEC were collated to 7,500 patients operated on conventional ECC or OPCAB. The leading author was a cardiac surgeon in 59 articles, an anesthesiologist in 22, a perfusionist 20, a cardiologist in 2. There are 6 medical doctors with another discipline and 1 statistician, not a medical doctor. We believe women in science, in medicine, are crucial to building a better future for the whole humanity. Women make up 18% of the first authors of medical research articles about MiEC. Most papers were published in the Perfusion Journal, followed by Journal of Thoracic Diseases, European Journal of Cardiothoracic Surgery, Artificial Organs, Journal of Cardiothoracic Surgery, Interactive Cardiovascular and Thoracic Surgery, Annals of Thoracic Surgery, Journal of Extracorporeal Technology, the Thoracic and Cardiovascular Surgeon, Internal Journal of Cardiology, Journal of Clinical Medicine. Randomized controlled trials are the highest form of evidence-based medicine in individual studies. There are 17 randomized controlled trials where MiEC is compared to conventional ECC, 3 compared to optimized ECC, and 2 compared to OPCAB, to off-pub surgery. There are 5 randomized controlled trials that are exclusively MiEC, all MiEC, and there is a comparison between other topics, anesthesia, ACT, duration of estimation, venous cannula, and pulsatility. 1,267 patients were operated, 65 patients were operated on MiEC. MiEC proved favorable in 11 trials. There were comparative results in 9 trials, while 4 trials had a small sample size. For the history, 2 were favorable for MiEC, and 2 trials were with comparable results. We can see that randomized controlled trials have gained more citations per article than when compared with all types of articles. It seems that authors tend to reference RCTs more frequently in their articles compared to other types of studies. More cited randomized controlled trials. We can see Dr. Bulus and Dr. Bauer at the top again. Dr. Baumbach, Professor Anastasiades again with operational learning. Dr. Nguyen about inflammatory response. Most publications of RCTs appeared in 2016. The pandemic period is reflected in the years 2022 and 2023, which had minimal activity. Every single article published is of great importance. However, we can recall some particular articles published throughout these years. The paper, the position paper, appeared in PubMed in 2016. However, it was developed at the consensus meeting in Thessaloniki in 2014. All the benefits that MiEC offers constitute a more physiologic perfusion. MiEC significantly improves quality of life after coronary surgery compared with conventional CPB. Coronary artery bypass surgery with the use of MiEC is associated with a mortality rate comparable to the overall life expectancy of the general population. The MiEC concept has shown its benefits regarding octogenarians, either for CABG or aortic valve replacement. Safe ACT duration during MiEC procedures. This is a propensity match study with 5,000 patients compared to conventional circuits. Minimized bypass use in coronary artery bypass surgery is associated with lower mortality and less postoperative renal failure. The use of modular MiECs secures safety and ensures technical feasibility in all cardiac surgical procedures. The MiECTiS focused update. It is the current expert consensus document and offers an update in areas for which new evidence has emerged. We all expect the COMICS trial's conclusions with great interest. There exists a wide spectrum for additional research and the dissemination of its findings. there is a diverse range of topics to explore. We all believe that MiEC is worth it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the very, very nice and concise presentation of the literature. So I will keep two numbers. It's 110 publications since 2015 and 25 randomized controlled trials. So I would like to open the discussion to the commentators. Professor Anastasiadis first, whether these two numbers can actually, how do they promote MiEC and what can we actually do to increase the number? That's the point.
Well, thank you. I've made some notes from what I have heard, and I would just share it with you without comments. First of all is that we have about 11 papers per year after the society, all of them referring to MiEC. This is a good number, and also these papers are referring to 14,000 patients being operating on MiEC. 8,000 of them been randomized, and this is also a very good result. Regarding randomized controlled trials, as been said, 25 of them, 17 are comparing with conventional CPB, and 3 of them are comparing OPEC to MiEC. And the good thing about all these trials is none of these indicating inferiority of MiEC. And this is something that has to be emphasized. 11 studies have confirmed superiority and 9 same result, non-inferiority. Regarding the topics, it is clear that technique is the first, but we have 20% hematology. This is a clear message for the anesthesiologists that when you are trying to do some research and you have MiEC on board, this is a great base of start doing any kind of research, and especially about ACT, about bleeding, about all hematological parameters. As far as the citation, again to anesthesiologists, it seems that the highest ranking is about dexmedetomidine in using MiEC. So this is actually another very big topic that seems that it's very interesting in the literature because it attracted a lot of citations. Finally, I would say that striking evidence that we found from this very nice summary that Dr. Boucharas has given us is that COVID years actually collapsed the research activity. And as you see here now, we need to restart because after COVID situation is different and we need to refresh. And I hope from the society that would be on the occasion of COMICS trial result, that would be maybe next month. And also by some initiatives that we have trying to bring in the forefront the interest of the scientists. So these are what I have highlighted from this presentation. Thank you.
Definitely. So I would like to ask John, with his vast experience in not only in publishing is the last, but in producing new evidence. So which areas do you feel that they need to be promoted in terms of providing the field for publications? So what do you think?
Well, I think firstly, some of the very important things that have come out of all of the prior publications, first of all, was the ability to define the various types of MiECTiS systems. I think it was very important. And similarly, to come up with a workable definition of conventional cardiopulmonary bypass. And those of you involved in these areas know that this has been very controversial. So I think those are very important steps to be able to make sure we're sort of comparing apples and apples. So that's helped to get us to this point. The other thing that stood out to me was the fact that this is a multidisciplinary society, and I think that's one of its real strengths, because we're getting perspectives from all of the different disciplines, surgery, obviously, perfusion, anesthesia, as well as industry. So I think that's allowed us to have a very comprehensive and very varied perspective on aspects of managing patients with these types of circuits. And that's shown in the literature that I think it was 50% approximately of the paper. 50 papers were originated by surgery, 20-something were anesthesia, 20-something perfusion. So I think these are all very important strengths. And I think we're almost on the verge. As I say, we're all very aware of the impact of COVID, what that did to recruitment, certainly for the COMICS trial and some of the other studies that were ongoing, that really caused a challenge to get the recruitment for these papers. But I think moving forward now, I think there's evidence in the literature in all of the disciplines of the benefits. And as Professor Anastasiadis commented, none of the studies have shown detriment. And so you're either starting, it's at least as good as, or potentially significantly better than our conventional approaches. So I think we're, as I say, we're waiting now for the publication of the COMICS trial and the ongoing, the new study that's underway.
Yeah.
I think very, very good timing.
Okay, thank you, John. Now, Ashraf El-Azawi is a cardiac surgeon that is one of them, who had contributed with one of the best randomized control trials that have been done in the first era before the definition of MiECTiS, and a few studies afterwards that clearly create the basis for penetration, for increasing presentation of MiECTiS. So Ashraf, what do you think about the literature review and the production?
I think that it's very astonishing. It's like a puzzle that you can't figure out. Every time you think you've got a new idea where the problem lies, because obviously we are sitting here, we're very convinced about this technology, we've done a lot of studies, we often repeat that we might be lacking evidence, but honestly I don't think we are lacking evidence. We are lacking persuasion, we are lacking commitment, maybe we're not selling this team approach sufficiently. It is astonishing that in a society like ours, where we don't differentiate, we want everyone on board, we still see that 50% of publications come from cardiac surgeons. You would expect that anesthesiologists, perfusionists would be more interested. We've not only done a lot of things, good things, we have done some mistakes as well, and we have to confront the mistakes that we did. For instance, we are very, very fond of our classification, and we think that it changed literature, it made things more understandable, more comparable. However, one of the problems of our classification is, what are type 4 systems? Most people do not understand what is the difference between a type 4 system and an optimized conventional system. For instance, what we lacked is, we should have just said these are reservoir optional systems. Reservoir optional systems defines it. It doesn't have a reservoir, but you have a plan B, you can integrate a reservoir. Now we're going into studies before 2015 and after 2015. You just mentioned that I was primary investigator of one of the largest, before COMICS era, prospective randomized studies. Well, this was a type 4 system used in 2010. It is again very astonishing that the second most cited publication was on Dextor, that shows that The interest in Dextor is greater than the interest in MiEC. And this is something, a shift of concept that we didn't seize yet. We didn't understand. We were often criticized at the beginning that we're trying to sell it as a physiology, as a philosophy, that we were told that we're overcomplicating things. We tried to get more people on board, simplifying things. If you look at ERAS programs, enhanced recovery after cardiac surgery, they're on vogue, hot topics, everybody's interested, but it's exactly going in the same direction. It is multiple disciplinary, multi-modular approaches going all into the same direction, which is optimum outcome, improving the outcome for patients. Obviously, they're getting more momentum behind that issue than behind MiECT systems. MiECT must be one of the pillars of ERAS programs. If you look at ERAS programs, they always speak about optimized systems. I can't remember guidelines. Yes, they mention MiECT as an important pillar, but I cannot remember reading any single ERAS paper within the last years which really mentioned that they're using a MiECT in their ERAS program. So there are a lot of opportunities there that obviously we've not concentrated on.
So, Serdar, I invite you to close the session with your statement as an author of many papers.
First of all, that was a great wrap-up. Thank you very much. So I always believe in the modification of surgeons' idea, because we always talk about the training of, simulation or whatever. So the decision maker is unfortunately the surgeon. So I believe we need to train surgeons first. And so dealing with the high interest in minimally invasive cardiac surgery is a good alternative for us to move on to combine with MiECT plus MiECTS. And so, for example, the criticism is always going on the power of any of those studies. Okay, overall, we compare 6,000 versus 6,000, but most of the studies include 20 patients, 30 patients, 50 patients. So it's not easy to show any clinical differences in the outcomes. And so, as Ashraf said, the change of the idea from the volume-based cardiac surgery to value-based cardiac surgery, it's a very good time to promote MiECT now. Because as he said, ERAS programs are all trying to include MiECT. You cannot see in the papers because all the ERAS Cardiac Society Executive Board is American. They don't use MiECT now in the US. So this is the main idea. So we are trying to change this idea, but I was in the guideline group, so I really worked hard to put the name in the guideline. So, so that would be a good option for us to move on to overcome the criticism in the power analysis or the outcomes. So, and combination of MiECT and MiECT will be the future, I believe.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have to end the session and move to the anesthesiology session. Thank you for attending. And I would like to invite the moderators, John Merkin, to stay on the podium, to stay on the board, together with Dr. Hayek from Olomouc, and actually coordinate the next session. Thank you.
Well, welcome. We'll carry on now with the third session, and this is actually the anesthesiologist section. So I think we'll be starting with an online presentation on current standards of coagulation monitoring and therapy after cardiopulmonary bypass use by Dr. Erdoes. Yes.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
John, thank you very much for this nice introduction and for inviting me to give this lecture. So, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much. I don't have any, only one conflict of interest. I'm a member of the steering committee, but otherwise no conflict of interest. So I think coagulation monitoring and therapy is very important, especially if you would like to avoid any bloody footprints of the surgeon on the floor. You should be aware about coagulation monitoring and therapy. We all know this term CBP-related coagulopathy. There are different classes of bleeding, and from the literature, we know that severe bleeding can occur in 10% of all patients undergoing cardiac surgery on bypass, and transfusion is necessary between 20 and 40%. If the patient is bleeding, if we transfuse blood products, there is an association to an increase in adverse outcome and mortality. What is the etiology of CBP-related coagulopathy? There are different etiologies. First of all, the hemodilution of the patient blood by the priming solution, by fluids given to the patient, loss of coagulation factors. It is partially related to surgical bleeding, leading to a consumptive coagulopathy, a consumption of coagulation factors in the extrinsic pathway, but also in the intrinsic pathway, and of course, residual heparin or protamine overdose can contribute to post-CBP bleeding. And what is the consequence? We will have an impaired thrombin generation, a depletion of coagulation factors, reduced platelet count and function, hypofibrinogemia, and hyperfibrinolysis. If you are looking again at the pathophysiology, you can see here that peripartum hemorrhage, trauma, and CBP-related bleeding have common pathways, especially here with hemorrhage, with tissue damage, with dilution, and all this stuff here. The consequences of this bleeding are similar between these different pathophysiologies. And there is also a relation to other systems, to the complement system, to the inflammation system, to the fibrinolysis system. So each system can activate another system and vice versa. What are conventional or viscoelastic results in laboratory results after a CBP run? You see here there is a worsening in the coagulation. And if you would like to some laboratory test, the conventional laboratory is not sufficient to lead to a diagnose. All these laboratory values need a long turnaround time, and it is difficult to interpret them and to initiate a therapy only on the basis of them. On the other side, we have viscoelastic point of care tests, and they are very easy to obtain, and they are mostly implemented in guidelines. But I will show you that in detail. We can use this viscoelastic testing. We have different machines normally in Europe and also in US in the ORs. Of course, we have this ACT machine to diagnose, to test heparin effect, but ACT can be also increased in hypothermia, hemodilution, in case of low platelets, and in case of low factor deficiency. So this is not an appropriate machine to diagnose the heparin effect. It is more a general test. We have another device, the HMS machine, which tests heparin dose response. So if you are using this machine, you can exactly calculate your heparin and protamine dose. And of course, we have ROTEM and TEG, which are blood tests and have quick performance. And with this test, you can diagnose almost every problems in your coagulation cascade. If you would like to especially diagnose platelet function or dysfunction, we have the possibility to use the multiplate device, which however requires training and time and dedicated personnel, and it is not available in every OR. In Bern, we have a new device. This is the ClotPro device. It is working like the ROTEM device, but it has additional assays. So I'm meaning especially the Russell-Viper Venom assay to diagnose factor 10 inhibitors, and also the ECA assay to diagnose factor 2 inhibitors. And it is also a good assay to diagnose the effect of tranexamic acid, the TPA test, and we are using all this test if it is necessary in our patients. So what are the pillars to diagnose CPP-related coagulopathy? These are the point of care viscoelastic tests. They are feasible on CPP, so you can have the test results just after weaning from bypass. They are whole blood analysis, and they provide huge information about your coagulation cascade, but also on fibrinolysis and platelet function. They are very rapid, so the test results are available after 5 or 10 minutes, and it has been shown that if you are using this test, you can reduce your transfusion requirements and the frequency of transfusion as well. These tests are not perfect, of course. There are variations in target and trigger values, and if the test is performed in the OR, so not in the laboratory, there could be some quality issues, and there is no prediction possible regarding bleeding. So a patient with normal point of care test can bleed, and also vice versa. The most important thing is that you have a transfusion algorithm in your hospital. And this is just an example from the SCA, how to use a transfusion algorithm and how to use different options to treat coagulopathy. If you are going back to the standard laboratory tests and the point of care laboratory test, of course, we have some trigger values for both of them, but there's again to say that there's a huge difference between trigger values according to devices and society recommendations. What can we do in a case of massive hemorrhage? In my opinion, there are no trigger values, and you should transfuse as in a trauma patient to prevent development of severe coagulopathy and to maintain perfusion and to reduce end organ transfusion. So you give normally RBC, FFP, and platelets in 1:1:1 ratio. And monitoring is difficult, but you could use all the normal monitoring tools you have normally in the OR, the central venous pressure. You have the transesophageal echo, urine output, and so on. Let's talk about different substances. Tranexamic acid. I suppose everybody of us are using tranexamic acid. There are many studies in the literature. We know that there's a dose-dependent effect of tranexamic acid, and we know also that tranexamic acid can be associated with seizures, especially in open heart surgery. And we know also that the high infusion rate versus low infusion rate of tranexamic acid can make a difference, and that it is recommended now in the literature to reduce the tranexamic acid bolus and infusion rate, because the effect on the coagulation cascade should be the same. And there are different protocols. In my hospital, we are using the protocol from Zafre and collaborators. You see it in this column group 2. So we are only administering a bolus of tranexamic acid just after anesthesia induction, landing by 1,600 milligrams in an 80 kilogram patient, and it is working very well. And coming back to our test devices, you can monitor the effect of tranexamic acid with a TPA test from the ClotPro device. What about the fibrinogen supplementation? We all know this REPLACE study, which was a multi-center study, showed that fibrinogen supplementation was associated with increased transfusions. But we all know, again, that this study was highly biased. It was a multi-center study, but only few transfusions were given, and different centers use different protocols, different algorithms. So a very heterogeneous study. On the other side, we know that we don't need high levels of fibrinogen. So a level just above 1.5 gram per liter or 8 millimeters in the point of care test would be enough to treat adequately this patient. And this is now also in the recommendations. This is an old recommendation from 2019, again from the SCA. They are saying that fibrinogen concentrate may be considered for significant post-bypass bleeding. I suppose nowadays when new guidelines will come out, we will switch to a more strength recommendation saying that fibrinogen concentrate should be considered in significant post-bypass bleeding if the patient is hypofibrinogenic. What about the PCC concentrates? Studies could show that with PCC, patients are getting less cumulative transfusions, and in comparison to a treatment with FFP, and the literature and evidence supports also the superiority of PCC in comparison to FFP. What about FFP administration? We know that fibrinogen has a very high concentration in FFP, so almost 90% of factors in one FFP concentrate is fibrinogen, but FFP is not sufficient to increase significantly the fibrinogen level in a hypofibrinogenic patient. You see here, if you would like to increase the plasma fibrinogen level from 0.5 to 1.5 only with FFP, you would need 20 units of FFP in comparison to only 4 grams of fibrinogen. But we can administer FFP. FFP is indicated especially in case of excessive bleeding with coagulation factor deficiency, and maybe also considered, as I mentioned before, as part of massive transfusion protocols. So based on recent guidelines, we did a review and published it in Anesthesiology, stating how much dose should be given from different drugs. This is just a summary to show you. What about factor 7? It is only for hemophilia. It can use also in cardiac surgery with high bleeding rates. Nowadays, we use much lower doses as recommended from the company. So in most of the cases, 10 or 13 micrograms per kilogram would be effective. Factor 13 should it be. It is not in the guidelines. There are not too much. We don't know that. So especially in terms of factor 13, we need further studies, especially in cardiac surgery, to have more information about this therapeutic option. And last but not least, to treat severe coagulopathy, you can also use the open chest approach in some cases. So I'm coming to the end of my presentation. I have several take-home messages. Conventional laboratory tests are not useful to diagnose and manage post-CPP coagulopathy. Close fibrinogen is a very good test, but it is not anymore the gold standard to diagnose hypofibrinogemia. Instead of that, we should use point-of-care viscoelastic testing, which is a very rapid test, and it is part of many algorithms. And we know from the literature that point-of-care viscoelastic tests could demonstrate a benefit in transfusion requirements, but not in improvement of mortality. And I think these are the reasons for that. Many centers are using, there are center-specific effects, and centers are using different trigger values and different definitions for severe bleeding, and we don't have well-conducted multi-center studies. So the guideline adherence is poor, unfortunately, and point-of-care test devices are not widely available. I think the key for success is a good background information to know that bleeding is multifactorial and that one single intervention will never achieve improved morbidity and mortality. And we discussed it, or you discussed it previously, the societies are also responsible to organize, evaluate, summarize, and disseminate knowledge with minimal invasive circuits, and also with bleeding or treatment of bleeding of patients undergoing cardiac surgery. So thank you very much for your attention, and have a nice day in Thessaloniki.
growing evidence that in the case of massive bleeding, is possible to use whole blood. There are some data from a military environment. Do you any experience or comments?
No, whole blood is, I think, in Europe is not an option. It could be an option in different parts of the world, but not in Europe. I think a modern hemostatic therapy should use factors and different parts of the blood, but not whole blood. We have all the possibilities here in Europe and US, so whole blood is not really an option. We don't use it here.
Yeah, that certainly has been our experience. It's very difficult to get access to whole blood. One of the things we haven't done a formal study on it yet, but we've started measuring fibrinogens when the patient comes into the operating theater. We're trying to incorporate this as part of our preoperative assessment. But we've been finding a significant number of patients come in with very low levels of fibrinogen, about 20 to 30% of patients, which is very surprising. We haven't come up with a particular etiology yet, whether it's the medications they're on or what, but I don't know if that's been anybody else's experience, but I think a number of our patients are presenting with the increased potential for coagulopathy because of hypofibrinogenemia.
Yes, it's very interesting. That's true, Professor Merking. A lot of times there is a pre-existing hypofibrinogemia, and that's why we try not to treat numbers after point of care testing. When I see we follow the same algorithm with Dr. Erdoes, and in case that low value is indicated, I always check the surgical field, so we don't want to treat numbers, because a lot of times there is this pre-existing hypofibrinogemia.
John, my experience is there could be two reasons for hypofibrinogemia preoperatively. One reason is dilution of hemodilution of the patient. So if patients are getting too much fluids in the preoperative period, and the other one is if the patient is bleeding chronically. So in chronic diseases with ongoing bleeding, there is a consumption of coagulatory factors, and the first factor which is then lowering is fibrinogen. So for me, these are the two reasons for preoperative hypofibrinogemia.
Yeah. I think certainly excess fluid administration, a dilutional can certainly contribute. But I say it's been our observation when I've seen some of these patients in the preoperative clinic. They're coming in de novo with low levels of fibrinogen, which again we're unclear as to why. It's just one of those observations, and we're hoping to do a study moving forward to try to identify this. But anecdotally, it does seem that those patients are more prone to bleeding. The ones where we've identified it preoperatively, we follow them that much more closely, and potentially use cryo as one of our first interventions when after the heparin's been reversed. So I think there's a lot more work to be done.
Agreed.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Yes, we must move on. The next speaker is Dr. Elam, Professor Elam from Kuopio, Finland, on perioperative infusion therapy.
Hello. I must thank the faculty for inviting us and the experts of Kuopio to share with you here. It's a great honor to speak in this audience. Topic of the day is my topic of the day is perioperative fluid management in the OR setting. Kuopio University Clinic is a rather small one, and we do only adult cardiac cases, so this is about the adult patients. Some disclosures: I have received educational grants from the industry and also lecture fees. Well, today we're gonna go slightly over, there's a time issue, of course, of the term quadruple hit. We're gonna go over fluid therapy with crystalloids, with albumin, with red blood cells, and we're gonna take a sneak peek of the role of the minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation in the fluid management. A couple of years ago in JAMA, colleagues from the Duke University published a nice editorial to the ALBIX trial. And this is the first time I saw this expression quadruple hit, but it summates very nicely what happens to our patients in the cardiac OR. So there is exposure to the non-pulsatile extracorporeal circulation. There is ischemia and reperfusion injury, controlled trauma from the surgery, bleeding and hemodilution. And all of these above will determine the need for optimal fluid therapy. And if we do not do it correctly, we can cause excessive bleeding, fluid overload, acute kidney injury, and serious reaction. So everybody who's been in cardiac OR has seen hypovolemic ventricle, so we need to do something about it. Excellent survey conducted in Australia. They handed out a questionnaire to the different doctors, anesthetists, cardiac surgeons, intensive care doctors, and they asked what's your choice of fluids? First choice, second choice, and also vasopressor use. So as you can see, mainly the first choice of the fluids is balanced crystalloids, and then albumin, some saline use. Vasopressor use is, trivial, noradrenaline and vasopressin. This mimics quite nicely what we are using today in the cardiac OR. Albumin, most of the cases here is 4% albumin, only some cases 20% albumin. So, turns out it matters what we use. Saline versus balanced solutions in crystalloids. I think it's a groundbreaking research from Semler, published in NAME 6 years ago already. 15,000 patients, and they looked at the use of compared the use of the saline and ringer lactate and plasmolite. Mm-hmm. And interestingly enough, they found that the use of balanced crystalloids resulted in lower rate of death and new renal replacement therapy and persistent renal dysfunction. So from that on, I think the use of saline has decreased very much in the anesthesiology departments and the ORs, and also in intensive care. Nice paper from Switzerland, published in 2019. And they compared ringer lactate and ringer acetate. Both are balanced solutions. And they looked at the inopressor requirements, hemodynamic profile of the patients in the OR and in intensive care. And they found no difference between the solutions. So both of them are okay to use. So albumin. There are many benefits in albumin. It's the main determinant of the plasma oncotic pressure. It has protective effects on the endothelial glycocalyx and also on the microvascular integrity. It reduces platelet consumptions and prevents acute kidney injury. So people are using albumin, and team in Helsinki made an excellent randomized controlled trial, Albix trial, published in JAMA 2 years ago, 1,400 patients, and they used 4% albumin versus Ringer acetate. And they looked at the major adverse events. And turned out that the use of albumin did not reduce the risk of major adverse effects. And for that reason, they don't recommend using it because albumin is quite costly, at least in Finland. So why use it if there is no benefit for the key issues as the major adverse effects are? The next year, they published some additional analysis from the same material, and they found that the use of 4% albumin resulted in increased blood loss and also higher class in the chest tube drainage. Also, argument against the use of albumin. So, albumin versus crystalloids, some different papers. Excellent paper from, in my opinion, from Australia. They used 20% albumin versus crystalloids, and the crystalloids were saline and mostly the balanced solutions. Cardiac surgery patients, and they found that the use of 20% albumin resulted in less positive fluid balance, and also they had some hemodynamic benefits as less use of vasopressors. So 20% albumin. Of course, the eternal debate of the colloids, crystalloids will go on, and we will see more research done by this field. Red blood cells. Well, in your setting, we all have the patients who will need the transfusion. But please bear in mind that the transfusions, they come with adverse effects. And these effects are usually dose-related. So if you need to give some blood and you need to undertake the transfusion, so please consider either you go with the restrictive strategy or you go with the liberal strategy. And nice paper from the Carson last year published in NAME. This is not from the cardiac OR, but close enough. They looked at the patients with the myocardial infarctions and anemia. And they found that liberal transfusion strategy did not reduce the risk of recurrent myocardial infarction or death in 30 days. So, and there are more research like this that are saying that restrictive strategy is as good as the liberal. So, minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation and the guidelines. As the previous panel pointed out, Dr. Ashravi, that this is, we have sufficient evidence to support the use of minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation. And a couple of guidelines, one from the United States, the other one from the Europe. And they both state the same, that minimal invasive approach should be considered over the standard conventional system to reduce blood loss and the need for transfusion. Slide from our center research. This is CABG patients, elective cases, and the table is in the OR intraoperative setting. As you can see, quite less need for overall fluids in the minimal invasive group, also less transfusions and less drop of hemoglobin. And as you can see in the graph, 15 minutes after the onset of the perfusion, what's going on with hemoglobin when you are going with the conventional bypass. So this is one of the reasons people are making transfusions. And also, as the last comments were here about diluting fibrinogen and other non-beneficial things. So, to conclude, well, for the optimal perioperative fluid management, we need to take other things also in counter. And we must use, if possible, minimal invasive cardiac surgery techniques just to give less trauma and tissue edema. Minimal invasive perfusion, of course. And the best and the first choice of the fluids are balanced crystalloids. And in light of this research, what we have published today. And if you need to give blood products, red blood cells, please go with the restrictive strategy. Albumin, if you want to use, 20% seems to be better than 4%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very nice overview. It's very interesting, and I think this is going to lead to some confusion. But I'm very interested by the study that demonstrated a significant difference in outcomes between normal saline and balanced, ringers, which has always been sort of the anesthesiologist's bias. But problematically, when you look at the literature, these get lumped as crystalloids when they compare them. And it would be, I think, in light of the fact that there does appear to be a difference between saline and ringers, I think that's going to be one of the confounds we have to look at for in reviewing the literature, because they tend to get lumped together. And I think that evidence would suggest that, no, we need to look at ringers separately from the other crystalloids. Yeah, thank you.
The saline solution intends to create hyperchloremia and acidosis.
Oh, yes, and hypercalcemia, a variety of things. Please.
Sorry, we must move on. We are 2 lectures ahead. The next lecture is Dr. Dvoryanchikova from Moscow, clinical experience of using MiECTiS in high-risk patients.
Good morning, dear colleagues, dear chairman. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to make a presentation at the MiEC anniversary meeting. I hope that you can see my slides.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you very much for this opportunity. This is the first time we are sharing our experience in the international meeting. In our clinic, we also have a scientific and educational center. It is our medical academy, and it provides an opportunity for us to make studies. Our cardiovascular surgery department is not big. Here is the list of our surgeries in current year. And as you see, the most of CABGs are performed off pump. And that's the main reason why don't we use MiEC commonly. But I hope that soon we will enlarge our list of surgeries with MiEC. Here is some history of MiEC penetration in our clinic. We had difficult years until 2014. There were lots of changes in our clinics. Our heads of the clinics were changed many times. There were changes in our team, and our main opinion leaders had left our clinic. And then COVID-19 had come, and we also had some problems. But nowadays, we're trying to resurrect our best traditions. Nowadays, we use MiEC Type 4. It is a customized set based on any conventional circuits, and it is independent of oxygenator type. Here is Vadim Alexeyevich Stepenchikov, who introduced MiEK in our clinics, but now he is the chief of department in another clinics. And here are our circuits based on different oxygenators. And of course, a strict strategy is mandatory whatever circuit we use, and team approach is crucial in our work. What do we mean when we say a high-risk patient? There are some conventional scales to assess perioperative risk: STS score, Euroscore 2, the scale of American Anesthesiologist Society. But in literature, we can see different approaches, and we can consider that a high-risk patient is a patient with low ejection fraction. A patient with advanced age and with high Euroscore 2. According to our experience, we have found that MiEK is beneficial in patients with at least Euroscore 2. Thus, we decided that Euroscore 2 is some kind of marker of presence of the risk. And it is a part of my thesis, and we have found in our analysis that higher Euroscore 2 was associated with prolonged ICU stay, and at the same time, MiEK was a strong independent predictor of decreased length of ICU stay. The indications for MiEK that we use nowadays, we use MiEK in high-risk patients or in patients with intermediate risk and comorbidities that are not calculated in Euroscore 2. And sometimes we use MiEK like extracorporeal life support in critically ill patients, in patients with critical preoperative status. And here are some cases that I would like to present. A 62-year-old male patient came to our clinic for scheduled CABG of pump. He had severe three-vessel coronary artery disease with occlusion of anterior descending branch with critical stenosis of a big branch of right coronary artery, but still he had low risk according to Euroscore 2. And on the day the surgery was scheduled, this patient presented acute myocardial infarction without ST elevation, but with recurrent ventricular fibrillations and with failed hemodynamics. That's why we decided to start ECPR by MiEK. At the same time, surgeons performed sternotomy and made CABG. But that was not the end of this case. After surgery, acute aortic root rupture had occurred. This patient had very thin calcified aorta. Because of that, we used peripheral MiEK. And then we made a conversion to conventional CCPB, and aortic root repair was performed successfully. After the end of the surgery, the patient required 30 minutes of reperfusion, and then he was went successfully and transported to the ICU. During the first 12 hours, he had moderate metabolic derangements. There were no neurological signs. The hemodynamic was stabilized. He had mild inflammation. And after 24 hours, this patient was transferred to the general department, and he didn't have any problems in further postoperative period. Another case, a 72-year-old male patient with post-infarction cardiosclerosis, preserved left ventricular function with previous CABG, had an acute recurrent myocardial infection due to thrombosis of coronary grafts. He presented decreased left ventricular ejection fraction, and we have found that he had deficits of antithrombin 3 determined for the first time. That was the reason of coronary graft thrombosis. And Euroscore 2 was increased to a very high number. The risk of mortality was more than 50%. And then we started fresh frozen plasma transfusion to recover deficits of antithrombin 3 and started extracorporeal life support by MiEK through the femoral cannulation. At the same time, surgeons made sternotomy, made revision of grafts, thrombectomy, and performed recabbage. I would like to stress that circulatory support by MiECT allowed surgeons to perform complete revascularizations. They made additional fifth graft. After surgery, this patient had post-cardiotomic VA ECMO, also performed by MiECT. He had recurrent ventricular fibrillation, and after stabilization of hemodynamics, MiECT was stopped. The chest was remained opened and it was closed only after stabilization of hemodynamics. The total blood loss was 1 and 3 liters. It was processed by cell saver, and total time of extracorporeal circulation was more than 11 hours. And if we had conventional CCPB, I don't think that we had such good result. We had once changed an oxygenator, and there was no presence of hemolysis after extracorporeal circulation. This patient had a very difficult postoperative period. There was a bilateral polysegmental pneumonia. He got tracheostomy, and there was acute renal impairment, but without dialysis and some other troubles. This patient spent 2 weeks in ICU. After that, he was moved to the general department. After a short period of recovering, he was moved to the rehabilitation center because pseudobulbar syndrome and dysphagia still remained, but he was discharged home without any organ disturbance. A 66-year-old male patient, it is another case, came to our hospital for scheduled surgery, and he had severe multivessel disease of coronary arteries, including left main stenosis of over 70% and other significant stenosis of coronary arteries. The Euroscore 2 was high in this patient. That's why we decided to start anticipatory mechanical hemodynamic support by MiECT. And after that, our surgeons had performed CABG of 4 vessels with MiECT support. This patient had a perfusion after surgery, and total extracorporeal support time was more than 4 hours. The extracorporeal circulation was successfully terminated, and the patient was transported to the ICU. We had a big perioperative blood loss. It is about 1.5 liters, but this patient was big. He had big weight. That's why we haven't started conventional cardiopulmonary suction. So we processed this blood by cell saver and didn't have any coagulation problems. During the first days in the ICU, this patient had acute bronchitis that caused mild inflammation in the early postoperative period. But then the patient was transported to the general department and he was discharged on time without any complications. What is a conclusion that we can make? I think that we should remember that MiECT is similar to ECMO, and we can use this tool for short-term support. At the same time, MiECT is as complete as CCPB, and it allows to perform any surgery, and it's very important for us. And MiECT is a good bridge for making decision or for further surgery. And definitely MiECT gives a chance for survival to patients with a very poor prognosis, as our cases has shown. Thank you very much for your attention.
So we must move to the last presentation. This is Dr. Kiluyeva from Thessaloniki. Topic is microcirculation during MiECT.
Yeah, due to a last-minute problem, I will be instead of Dr. Giuliava. After a lot of years of clinical application of minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation in all case mix in our department, I'm really, I'm really happy to present in this anniversary meeting the work we have done all these years in our department on a very interesting topic, which is the base to study physiology in cardiac OR. And these two papers summarize our perception how to avoid malperfusion and achieve a more physiologic perfusion in cardiac surgery. And of course, this is an holistic approach, a multidisciplinary perioperative strategy based on goal-directed perfusion. We strongly support the concept prevent rather than correct malperfusion intraoperatively through real-time adjustment rather than correction of derangement detected led by incremental evaluation. Microcirculation is like the roots of the plant, invisible but critical for survival. So normalization of systemic hemodynamic variables does not always improve microcirculation derangement. Despite hemodynamic stability, impairment of microcirculation level can result in adverse outcome after cardiac surgery. There is enough evidence for the benefits of MiECTiS in cardiac surgery regarding preserved organ function resulting from improved perfusion intraoperatively. But if aiming for physiologic microcirculation too, we need new monitoring targets in order to achieve and assess microcirculation. Microcirculation is a vital part of cardiovascular system consisting of a complex network of arterioles and capillaries committed to deliver oxygen to tissue cells. Are the data concerning microcirculation something like the black box in the flight, critical but late to know, or it's feasible to have valuable information in real time? The target of microcirculation imaging devices is the assessment of flow in vessels with a diameter less than 20 micrometers where a singular RBC flowing is visible. So you can see here that what we're interested is to study these vessels where one RBC flows after another. All factors that determine effectiveness of microcirculation are affected by extracorporeal circulation. That's why it's important to have these parameters unaffected, to preserve these parameters during cardiac surgery. And handheld vital microscopes enable the direct visualization of the microcirculation at the sublingual area. They are based at the principle that RBC absorb green light, and in the left picture here, we can see a third generation device. And in the middle, we can see a second generation device. Our study conducted with a second generation device marketed as Microscan. This technique requires some special training in both attaining and also analyzing videos because, as you can see from this intraoperative photo, it is very difficult to position the probe in the sublingual area with all this stuff, the endotracheal tube and the transesophageal probe into the mouth. The assessment of microcirculation is based in evaluation of some parameters, and we have analyzed those microvascular flow index, the Baker score, and perfused vessel density. The physiology behind that data derived from these devices relies on major two determinants of microcirculation: convection, which can be evaluated with a proportion of perfused vessels and the microvascular flow index, and diffusion, which can be assessed through indices on vessel density and reflects the area that take part in diffusion. There are many reasons that microcirculation can be impaired. Obstructed capillaries, tissue edema, hemodilution, and vasoconstriction can lead in severe microcirculation impairment. As already stated, hemoglobin impairs diffusion by increasing the distance between areas for oxygen exchange, whereas higher hemoglobin values may preserve convective flow. To use minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation with the preservation of hematocrit and the avoidance of hemodilution creates better microcirculatory conditions. This review presents graphically the mechanism all associated with extracorporeal circulation that can impair microcirculatory perfusion, such as systemic inflammation, platelet and leukocyte activation, as well as hemodilution and contact activation. Ranucci showed that minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation induces less inflammatory and platelet activation, less hemodilution, and preservation of coagulation. From this point of view, minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation is more than promising in the aim of microcirculation integrity preservation. This study by Uruk is randomized 20 patients, only gametes, to either MiEC or conventional. Although the sample size is quite small, significant differences during extracorporeal circulation were found regarding perfused vessel density and hemoglobin. Perfused vessel density decreased significantly in the conventional group, where hemoglobin was significantly higher at the MiEC group. Another study compared minimal with conventional circuits from published some years ago from Dondorf 1220. This study showed higher values of functional capacity density for patients undergoing gametes under minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation. Lower functional capillary density compared to baseline were found in the conventional group at time point 3, which is the time that the aortic clamp was released. One simple and quite promising way to assess microcirculation is through NIRS combined with vascular conclusion testing. Calf inflation results in a state of ischemia and decrease of oxygen saturation as measured on the thenar. The reactive hyperemia and the reperfusion slope provide us information regarding integrity of microcirculation. So this is the reperfusion slope. In case of microcirculatory dysfunction, reactive hyperemia is impaired and the reperfusion slope is decreased. And among the authors of this very interesting paper is Professor Merkin, who is sitting next to me. Professor Merkin, in a previous MiECT meeting in 2019, during your talk, you posed a question on the potential of minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation to preserve microcirculation. And this was really inspiring for us. Afterwards, we designed and performed a study focusing microcirculation in MEC. Today, I'm very happy to share some preliminary results. And I want to acknowledge the valuable contribution of Dr. Anna Giuliava, a young doctor who put a lot of effort for producing these results. And due to a last-minute problem, she couldn't be here today and present the work. For this study, we recruited 30 patients scheduled for cardiac surgery under minimal extracorporeal circulation. Side stream field imaging using the microscan device was applied at 4 time points before and after anesthesia induction on CPB after aortic cross clamp and 10 minutes after weaning of CPB. Overall, taking into consideration all time points, measurement of perfused vessel density and the Baker score changed significantly over time, while all other parameters remain relatively stable. And this diagram shows the course of perfused vessel density and also the course of the Baker score intraoperatively. Perfused vessel density fell significantly after induction of anesthesia. This is tab 1, but it did not decrease significantly after cardiopulmonary bypass. Post-CPB values did not differ with baseline, and microvascular flow index was also similar during the 4 intraoperative phases. To comment in our findings, it seems that the main insult intraoperatively is anesthesia induction. MiECTiS was not associated with a significant decrease of perfused vessel density, and microcirculation was restored to preoperative measurements immediately after CPB. And this intraoperative video, it's impressive that after initiation of cardiopulmonary bypass in minimal extracorporeal circulation, perfused vessel density is maintained or mildly decreased. And according to the space-time diagrams, red blood cells velocity increased, but not significantly intraoperatively. And we can assume that stable conditions mean stable convections for ABC. And here there is some more data concerning inverse relation between the Baker score at, after induction of anesthesia and peak lactate levels postoperatively during the 24 hours. Higher the Baker score correlates with lower peak lactates level. We complete the analysis of the data, and soon we hope that we will publish the results of this study. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for our presentation. Because of time is running, we must close this session and move on. Thank you all the presenters.
I'm going to Korea next week. We did a big study with them. They did off-pump bypass, no complete beating heart, and
Hello, so we are going again on by MiEC in ERAS, presented by Dr. Malvindi from Italy. Hello, Dr. Malvindi, how are you?
Good morning. Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Just going to share my slides. Yeah. So yes, we are going to talk about this MiEC in ERAS program. My name is Pietro Malvindi. I'm a cardiac surgeon and researcher. I work in Ancona with Professor Diosano. You know him, I know. And we are in an academic hospital. We are very, very close with our university. And I'm going to share with you some thoughts and some findings of our research and clinical practice. I mean, this is not off topic, right? But this is something that brings us to some reflection. So all we know that in the last decade was a great spreading of transcatheter procedure, especially for aortic valve stenosis. And it's not just a matter of how to inform the patient. I mean, we do perform TAVI on our own as surgeon, as we do surgery as well, of course. And we know that these are good operations, especially for frail patients, for high-risk patients. Aortic stenosis can be treated with low risk of mortality and stroke. And despite TAVI's major drawbacks that you cannot see in surgery, like a high rate of pacemaker implantation, paravalvular leak, major vascular complication, TAVI can provide a better recovery of some patients. And although this is not our typical TAVI patient, I can tell you that we can see that for can make the post-operative period much easier. Of course, from a pure surgical perspective, as a cardiac surgery community, we are doing very well. I mean, these are data coming from registry, worldwide data registry, and show that you can perform even complex surgery like mitral or aortic valve surgery with very low risk of mortality and stroke in the patient, with very good results in terms of late outcomes. But the requests of the patient are slightly different, or at least they got some other reasonable desires. From patient perspective, there is still room for improvement. So they want to have less tissue trauma, and they want to have maybe better cosmesis, but they want to have a smoother post-operative period and to stay just short time in the ICU or in the hospital. So what we have done, I mean, as surgeon in the last 3 decades, there was minimal invasive cardiac surgery spreading, and there are many meta-analyses showing that you can perform what is called minimal invasive cardiac surgery as safe and some same effectiveness as conventional sternotomy. And with some degree, minimal invasive cardiac surgery has been associated also with a lower rate of post-op transfusion or atrial fibrillation and a lower stay, shorter stay in the ICU and the hospital. But these data are usually coming from dedicated heart valve center. If you just have a look at the daily practice on the real world, what is called minimal invasive cardiac surgery is just small cardiac surgery done through a reduced incision. And then if you look at the prevalence of the penetration of the minimal invasive mitral valve surgery in several countries, you can see that penetration is still low. And this is because many operators and many teams think that this kind of operation require a difficult learning curve, and operating through a smaller surgical field can affect your exposure, myocardial protection, the airing, and many times, most of this experience show that these operations are carried out with longer operative times, with cross-clamp time reaching almost 2 hours and CPB time over 2 hours. And this has been also very well highlighted in this review from our host today, that is a surgeon's perspective of doing something through a small cut. It doesn't mean that it's going to respect the physiology perspective, I mean to minimize the biological trauma of the patient. Another option we are pursuing in the last decade is just to minimize the impact of the extracorporeal circulation. And we know I follow the presentation since this morning. I mean, these are data, they are established the role of the minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation in reducing the bleeding, reducing the need of transfusion, reduce the rate of post-op AF. And but this is important to see that MiECTiS has a role, but need to be better evidence to promote a fast-track recovery, so maybe a better recovery, an easy recovery to the patient, and should be involved in a program that is not a single operator, single person program, but needs to be involved, all the team needs to be involved. And lastly, another cornerstone seems to be the fast-track anesthesia. If you go and do your search, you see there are many papers talking about cardiac surgery and fast-track. But if you go in depth, you see there are very few experience, mainly on CABG patients, reporting outcomes and explaining how to do. Now, it is safe to provide fast-track anesthesia for cardiac surgery patients. So very recently, I mean, there was also in cardiac surgery with some delay compared with other surgical specialty, ERAS approach has been promoted and implemented in cardiac surgery. Tomorrow will be also another session, a wide session on ERAS. I mean, this is a multidisciplinary approach that try to promote the recovery and to improve all the perioperative period, including the pre-op, operative and post-op phase. But if we have a look at this first recommendation, we can see that there is very little mention or no mention regarding the key action that need to be taken to improve patient care regarding what we have done so far. And there is no mention about minimal invasive cardiac surgery. There is no mention about minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation. In 2022, other guidelines came and introduced that maybe normothermia should be preferred, I mean, in patients undergoing a cardiac operation. And again, that in some way an optimized extracorporeal circulation needs to be implemented, trying to reduce postoperative complication and hospital mortality. And again, if we go for a minimal invasive approach evidence, there is just an expert opinion talking about some favor towards video-assisted, I would say, minimal invasive mitral valve surgery. And finally, we got the last consensus came this year that just gave a low level of evidence of a goal-directed perfusion. So actually, this first pieces of recommendation for the ERAS program in cardiac surgery did not implement what we have done really so far in the last 3 decades. And we've done our own study. We did very recently a systematic review of what was on the first ERAS program. This paper included 14 papers, came from some pioneer center exploring the ERAS in cardiac surgery. And what we found, I mean, one of the aim of the study was to explore the protocols of these units. But we found that the important preparative key action, you can see here, yes, education of the patient, pain control is usually important, but has been implemented in about 50% of the protocols. And again, also the importance of making the patient more fit before the operation, I mean, through a rehabilitation program was implemented in less than 50%. But we are more surprised when we went to look at the intraoperative key action. So all the action that we believe they are important to make better the operative journey of the patient. In this case, you can see that surgical access, fast-track anesthesia, and the implementation of minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation, or even an optimized extracorporeal circulation, I mean, were found in less than 50% of the protocols, of the actual protocols on ERAS. And again, post-operative reaction regarding the fast-track anesthesia, early extubation and pain control seems to have higher favor, but you can see here there were no much protocol proposed, and early extubation sometimes was with a mean mechanical ventilation time of 24 hours, so not really early. And now, what we have done is something that we, after this study, and we want to show what was our experience, or started our experience of why we are interested in these ERAS embedding, and not only the minimal invasive cardiac surgery, but also the minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation, and in some way, minimal invasive anesthesia. Everything started in 2016, that was the idea with this 360-degree mix, minimal invasive cardiac surgery, and to get better involvement of all the actors in theater in the post-operative period, the surgeon, perfusionists, anesthesiologists, and physiotherapists. These efforts led ultimately to what we call the Ancona Ultra Fast Track protocol. So everyone tried to do the best possible to minimizing the trauma of the patient. Surgeons starting for the tissue trauma. So this is what we do. We favor the minimal invasive approach for aortic valve pathology. We prefer mini sternotomy or the transaxillary approach. We are not using now the right anterior mini thoracotomy. And again, also for mitral valve pathologies, we start initially with the usual video-assisted anterolateral incision. Now we prefer a direct tube transaxillary incision, because this way we are able to minimize the trauma and the tissue trauma of the patient. But we have this with this access, the transaxillary, because most importantly is associated cross-clamp time is around 60-65 to the patient. And we have introduced a systematic use of MiECTiS. This was on aortic valve patient. We did this study, and we found that patient undergoing minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation for the aortic valve surgery. So same patient operated a minimal invasive aortic valve, but patient with or without minimal invasive extracorporeal circulation. We found that adding a MiEC provide better results, and in terms of less bleeding, less post-op AF, less transfusion, but more importantly, MiEC was able to promote the ultra-fast track recovery. So more than 60% of the patients were managed through an ultra-fast track pathway. Other things that you can do also, trying to optimize your perfusion. For example, we don't do MiEC for mitral valve, but we changed, for example, our cardioplegia. It was at the end of 2021. After done an extensive review, we did the meta-analysis just to understand better the use and the results associated with the nido-cardioplegia, because we were not using at all before. We decided to start with the nido minimally invasive mitral valve surgery, and for us it's working. Maybe it's a good suggestion for someone else, because we are able now to provide less volume, and importantly, there is a post-cross-clamp defibrillation. I mean, it's really rare in the nido. It's something important if you can avoid it. And we no change, no different in terms of myocardial protection, as we found that there was, according to the cross-clamp time, no difference in terms of post-operative peak of troponin. So this works, at least for us. I mean, we are doing the operation with the 60-70 minutes of cross-clamp time, so the nido is good. I mean, we can do a single infusion, a single delivery, and we are happy, I mean, with our results. And again, even done this one, it's important to go with a very strong pain management of the patient, because if you can get the patient painless, then you can easily reach an on-table extubation. This is important. I mean, we are doing Every year, we are getting more familiar with the extubation of the patient straight in the operative theater. And this is important, not just because you say, okay, the patient is awake, it's important, you can see that they got no neurological issue, but because the patient 1 hour after surgery can be treated by the physiotherapist, and 3-5 hours after surgery can start some mobilization. We are treated with this, following this principle, so combining improvement in key action, in surgical access, extracorporeal circulation, and anesthesia. So far, it's more than 800 patients, and we're trying to provide evidence because this is important. Of course, we are happy with the usual hardened points as surgeon, like just stroke mortality. These are the basis of the treatment, and these are good both for AVR and also for mitral valve surgery. But what it is important is we want to see if there is any other improvement in the postoperative care of this patient. So this was this paper led by my colleague Paolo Berretta. He did a propensity match analysis on heart valve patients. They were aortic valve and mitral valve pathology patients treated through mini sternotomy, mini thoracotomy, and 1/4 of them using MiECTiS with reasonable time. And we found that usual results are okay. In hospital mortality is acceptable, stroke is fine, but using an ultra-fast track, so a combination and a global improvement of the care of the patient, led to a lower rate of respiratory failure, lower rate of reintubation, and this patient had no mechanical ventilation post-op. They stay less in the ICU, they stay less in the hospital. Similarly, we recently investigated the results of the application of this ultra-fast track protocol in mitral valve patients. So these patients are operated on mini thoracotomy and normothermic cardiopulmonary bypass. Nowadays, we're using only the cardioplegia and really aggressive pain management. So we want to see if this kind of approach will lead to an early extubation, maybe on table, and then to start and mobilize the patient as soon as possible. We ask, if it is feasible and safe to do, if there is any relevant clinical advantage associated with this protocol. What we found that patients that are extubated early, they are less than 6 hours, that is the fast track extubation, they stay less in the ICU, usually discharged on day 1. They stay less in the hospital, and they are usually discharged straight home without any need of further period of rehabilitation. And what we chase our protocol, let's say, if there is any meaning to extubate the patient on table, is something more that you can add. Yes, this is important because the patient can pursue this pathway of very early rehabilitation and early mobilization. And so, and again, this patient can benefit more of staying less in the ICU, and they are ready soon to go straight home without any further period of rehabilitation. So, of course, we found that, yes, this kind of approach is feasible. 80% of the patients went through this fast track course, and this is associated with a short stay in the ICU, short stay in the hospital, and we see the increasing discharge of this patient. Anyway, we are happy with these results, but we understood that, so we start from doing small incision, we start from doing minimal invasive or optimized extracorporeal circulation, trying to extubate early the patient. And this is important. This is a job of enhanced in-hospital management. But what we believe that there is another step, this step we are going to take in the next few months. So the patient needs much care also in the pre-admission phase and after discharge. So we want to expand what is the ERAS in cardiac surgery. For the reason we ask some help to our engineer of our university, and then they provide a website. So we're doing some telemedicine. And then the patient can be connected to this website, and they can take information about the operators, about the procedure, about the hospital environments. And you can see they can go for the virtual tour, and this is important because they can get familiar with what they are going to experience maybe in a few weeks. And this we know can increase the compliance of the patient, can reduce the stress of the patient. There is also a good engagement also of the family of the patient with the operator. So with this virtual tool, we can provide enhanced information to the patient. These are the videos they can find on the website. They can receive information from the nurses, physiotherapists, anesthesiologists, perfusionists. I mean, there are, and another important aspect is trying to increase the fitness of this patient. What we have done is just to provide a tailored treatment before the admission of the hospital. This is based on the condition of the patient. They can go to a basic, intermediate, or the advanced rehabilitation, and then they are told to do some breathing exercise, muscle strengthening, stretching exercise, or aerobics exercise. They can find all this information in the website, so they can come to the hospital, we hope, in better condition. And finally, there is another aspect that is always neglected, that is just the psychological evaluation and support to this patient. Cardiac surgery for younger patients is one of the worst things they can experience in their lives. And for maybe elderly patients is another problem adding to their frail status. So this patient needs to be also supported, and we ask the collaboration of our psychological and psychiatric team at the university site. So finally, I'm going to conclude that we get strong achievement as surgeons. We know the cardiac surgery is a very high safety profile. And so now, should call to address this new request coming from the patient. We got to pursue new therapeutic targets regarding the length and the quality of the hospitalization of the patient. And we should improve an early mobilization and recovery. When we know that surgical perfusion and the anesthesiologist technique, if they are integrated, they should work together within an ERAS evidence-based protocol. Can meet this request. So we believe that if you just provide a small cut, or just provide minimally invasive extracorporeal circulation or small anesthesia alone, we are not going to achieve big results. So altogether can play a major role. And then, of course, we are called to provide new robust evidence, because all this data needs to be included in future guidelines. Finally, this is the base. We start with patients that they are relatively fit and low risk. This is important because you set up your team and your practice. But now, we are going to include frail and comorbid patients, because these patients are going to benefit even more from an established ERAS protocol. And so this is just last suggestion. You need to go think also outside the hospital, was it happening. So a rehabilitation phase, the engagement of the patient before the admission is important as a strict follow-up after the procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, since we don't have much time, we only have short comments.
Thank you, Dr. Malvidi, for the excellent presentation. Anesthetic perioperative management is critical in promoting fast track, and effective pain management is a key factor. So are there any questions from the floor? No? Okay. One comment from Dr. Hayek, and later one comment from Dr. Saridou.
I'm sorry, I will be a little bit provocative. I suggest be careful. Slow down with ERAS. Surgery must be perfect, but anesthesia, not so. We have no clear data about pharmacodynamics of pharmacokinetics of anesthetics during cardiopulmonary bypass. I didn't see clear benefit for table extubation. For me, the lower risk for patient is 1 through hours of protective ventilation than the risk of underestimated hypoventilation after the surgery. Patients are more and more sick, older and older. This is the iatrogenic cardiac arrest, ischemic reperfusion injury. I will be so careful with it.
So Professor Sharif, would you like to comment?
Dr. Malvindi, thank you ever so much for this very thorough, impressively thorough presentation, I would say. Just one comment from my side. Definitely, undoubtedly, we can accept that a MiECTiS program can take only one step further the very good results of implementing an ERAS program. So they bond with each other very well, like a hand with a glove. It's very important to be able again to implement a good prehabilitation program. Prehabilitation, it's all very new to us. And it has shown very good results from studies that have launched very recently, not only on the good outcomes overall and the minimization of the hospital stay, but also on factors like atrial fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation is very important, it's fatal, and also factors like removal of chest drains. And here I would lastly add the importance of a good analgesia plan. You mentioned minimal invasive techniques. These are all very painful. And I would say that from our side, there is plenty of room for improvement. Peripheral blocks, parasternal blocks, paravertebral blocks can be very, very beneficial. And again, let me congratulate you for your excellent presentation.
Thank you very much. If I just close with a comment. Regarding the on-table extubation, yes, I mean, it's something needs to be carefully. We fully agree. I mean, we are talking about patient. We start this practice, we are implemented even more. In patient undergoing mitral valve surgery, most of the time is degenerative. They are 60 in terms of mean age. So it's something that is really put in a clear context. There is no doubt. And of course, now we are 80% of the patients. So I agree. It is something that it is important for us because it can open straight away the possibility of starting some mobilization. These are selected patients, no way. I mean, this is written and also in the papers we just published. So I agree. In terms of the role of the anesthetist is very important. We got really, I mean, fantastic partnership with them. So yes, the pain control, they are doing this radius block. They can perform also parasternal block because also in CABG patient, sometimes they try to do this early extubation. So controlling the pain is really, really important. Thank you.
Thank you. I also think nutrition will be very much helpful to complete the whole program. We will discuss it later. So, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
start new session. Next session, ECMO session. We are moderators, Dr. Popov and Dr. Antonistis. Yes, and first presentation, microcirculation during ECMO support. Dr. Aiken.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to give a summary about our experience in microcirculatory monitoring during ECMO. I have no disclosures, but I know Janis is the inventor of microcirculation all over the world, and he invented also work together to improve the third generation handheld camera. I'm a cardiologist. I love microcirculation and ECMO and other mechanical circulatory support devices, and I'm a fan of echocardiography, so they call me as well imaging intensivist. Our brilliant team of cardiac surgeons, cardiac anesthesists, and perfusions, they are working every day on performing good operations in heart with normal heart-lung machines, but we are the only hospital in the Netherlands using MiECTiS. So that was, for me as well, very surprising, but it's by these brilliant perfusionists. I went the last 2 weeks to OR to experience by myself. Because there's a lot of comparables, similarity to ECMO, and I'm ECMO director of our center, especially to the VA ECMO. We are performing in 80% of our conditions VA ECMO in our hospital and 20% VV ECMO because of a lot of eCPR as well in our region. Coming to the bedside, physiology is very important in those patients who are suffering and who are critically ill, and they have a form of shock, many times in cardiogenic shock, and we have to measure properly the tissue perfusion. And there's a lot of development last years in microcirculatory monitoring. We are using this device, instant dark field imaging by Cytocam, and this is the third generation. It gives 30% more vessel density and more red blood cell detection. What you are seeing is 1 millimeter square of sublingual area. Imagine that there's vessels with less than 20 micrometers with slowly flowing black dots are showing the red blood cells. And now we are working on improving more this device into OxyCam. I will tell more about OxyCam later on. But recently, they described useful area, sublingual area between the frenulum of the tongue and sublingual area, the triangle, which is very good to compare after each measurement, to compare your intervention. So with the heterogeneity of the capillaries and the venules, to make a good decision about what to do when it is altered. But it's not very easy in the OR. I suffered there 2 weeks to measure some patients with MiECTiS, CABG with MiECTiS and CABG with valve with MiECTiS. And you see here the minimal invasive cardiopulmonary bypass, and there's not much more place left to someone who can put the device in the sublingual area. So it's not very easy, and that's why I did my PhD in the ICU. It's much easier, and in the outpatient clinic to measure sublingual area, the microcirculation. The previous study mentioned before by Jurek showed by side stream dark field that there is a benefit from using MiECTiS compared to conventional extracorporeal circulation, which gives less acute kidney injury, higher hematocrit, and higher microcirculatory vessel density, what we see here. And that's why I am very interested to compare it as well with ECMO. And we did a lot of measurements in ECMO during supporting of the ECMO, implantation of ECMO, and in particular, very important, when you go off, when you are weaning from ECMO. That's very important. And when you measure with this Cytocam 1 millimeter square area, be aware that any tiny alteration can be important. We do it by green light, so the third generation device, instant dark field, compared with the side stream dark field, the second generation is more much better in showing more vessels, 30% more vessels. These were the patients I measured last time in OR. Preoperatively in the department, in the cardiac surgery department, we show just a healthy patient with 3 vessel disease, good left ventricle function. And we saw the slowly flowing, the red blood cells. But during the cabbage on MiEC, you see the very high velocity of the red blood cells going on, and some of leukocytes even showing them between the capillaries and the granules. And after the postoperative measurement I did when they came from the OR with full sedated, with a tube intubated, and just sedated, fully sedated and fully controlled, ventilated, and so that the microcirculation was not recovered in totally yet. Compared with the other patient who was going for the aortic valve replacement, I measured in the preoperative state, there was no alterations, no fills with no flow in the capillaries or venules. During the extracorporeal circulation, you see that there are sluggish and stopped capillaries. It's very obvious in eyeballing even that the conventional extracorporeal circulation gives more alterations in sublingual microcirculation. And postoperatively, we saw, postoperatively is very interesting, surprisingly even, that maybe there is a factor of a good ICU, that there is recovering microcirculation in all fields. The total vessel density was not differing. So there is something in between extracorporeal circulation and the ICU stay, or some to the way to the normal ward. There's coming well. I don't know what, but we have to discuss it further. One case from my ECMO patients is this 44 years patient who recently got an orthopedic surgery of the left knee, and she went home, and there she unfortunately got a cardiac arrest by pulmonary embolism. She woke up with dyspnea the next day after the operation and called the ambulance. And at the ambulance arrival, cardiac arrest was detected with a pulseless electrical activity. When in the Netherlands, the patient is reanimated at home or in the street 50 minutes, then the medical team can arrive there. When the patient is below 50 years, there is a trial going on scene. By helicopter, you go there with the medical team and you can implant ECMO in the living room of the patient. So they did in this woman, and they had a flow of ECMO after 30 minutes of the start of the cardiopulmonary resuscitation. These were the CT scan, pulmonary embolism, and we showed that, and we put her in the ICU with TTM ECMO just implanted already at home. So the Schwangers were inserted for properly hemodynamic monitoring, and then iloprost and milrinone were started for the right ventricle supporting with these inotropics, and we perform daily echocardiography in these patients. The question is when to go off. When are we going to properly wean from these ECMO? And while the flow is 3 to 4 liters, and we fight with some complications like hematoma in the groin, of the leg cannula dislocation, replacement of again, and meanwhile daily assessment of the weaning, if it is possible or not, because in these patients we getting from the street with ECPR, we see pulsatility in day one very fast. Pulsatility, when you have pulsatility on your monitor, you can try a weaning of echo. Echo is the guideline at this moment, or the golden parameter for weaning off from ECMO. What we are in our center very experienced in microcirculation, so we are doing microcirculation beside, because the cardiologist using echo and want to measure VTI of the left ventricle can't say anything about the right ventricle function. This is a very gray area for the cardiologist. So you need something more for monitoring the hemodynamics, actually the tissue perfusion, than the echo. This echo shows right ventricle, which very widened, and the left ventricle, you can't say nothing about the function of the left ventricle. So the next day, again echo, the left ventricle starts to contract out, but the fillings, everyone can say it's not enough. The stroke volume will not enough. So we making every day a transthoracic echo, parasternal long axis, parasternal short axis, and we still see a wide right ventricle. And we try every day to decrease the flow of the ECMO and see what happens with the right ventricle. Is going to contract less and less, or being akinetic, or taking over the circulation and help left ventricle to feel better. But we didn't see that in these patients day after day, day after day. And at the end, we did TOE. So that's the end of the echoes. We end always with the transesophageal echo if we can't say something about the transthoracic echo. And we there show that the right ventricle was slinking after decreasing the flow to half-liter ECMO flow. Then even we couldn't make a decision. But at the end, we measure the microcirculation to see whether the echo imaging can help us to complete, together with the microcirculation, that there is definitely a tissue perfusion with this cardiac function, what is the only functioning pump, but by ECMO flow of half-liter per minute. So we see here totally recovered total vessel density of the capillaries and the vessels, and still hyperflow and hyperflow of the red blood cells. Even ECMO flow is half-liter per minute. So after 5 days, you get a lot of inflammation in these patients. So we explained the ECMO after 5 days by using microcirculation to complete the image. So she got postherniatic encephalopathy, and the tube discomfort was present. We gave her tracheostomy on day 8, and 8 days later she went off from the ventilator, and she discharged to normal ward after 16 days. Why I'm saying this is because we did a couple of years ago a study with 10 patients. We did in all these patients during the ECMO weaning one single spot shot of 2 minutes holding the camera in one place, while Wouter de Wilde, my colleague in Zurich now, Ben, the perfusionist, he was decreasing the flow of the ECMO to half-liter, and I was just holding the camera in one single spot. And this was showed with 4 liter and with a half-liter. What's happening in the microcirculation is if there is no change in microcirculation, that's a proof of cardiac recovery. In these patients, we showed a couple of years ago. So that's why we are using now in our clinic, especially by the pulmonary embolism patients with the left-sided echo is worthless. That's why we are using this, because the end organ perfusion is the end, the goal of your therapy is end organ perfusion. So you can have like this, when you are decreasing the flow, that there is no flow any left in the microcirculation. But in these patients, couple of years, we didn't do daily echocardiography. And then you get surprised when the echo full thrombus meets you. So we don't have this anymore because we are doing daily microcirculation and daily echocardiography. And that's why John always says, yeah, you have to couple the microcirculation to the macrocirculation to have a coherence. So if you have the last patient with noradrenaline, dobutamine, you have pulsatility on your monitor, you have a low lactate, and you think, I'm happy, then you check the microcirculation, it's totally worthless. It's stopping when you decrease the ECMO flow. It's all ECMO flow where you are treating then. And go further and make a transesophageal echo, and you will see the complications which you had oversee all the days. So physiologic assessment of patients in shock, especially in mechanical circulatory support with temporary or long-term devices, you have to look from different sides to these patients to have a good picture, the complete picture for the best options for the patients and the best steps to go further to recover from cardiogenic shock. So from thermodilution measurements to urine output, echocardiography, microcirculation, that makes it complete. I think there is a place therefore for Oxychem, which is measuring with 2 lights, not only green light, blue light has been proven to make more vessels visible and more erythrocytes visible, and the leukocytes to show even with the algorithm the DO2 and the VO2 in the microcirculation. That's the next step, and it's now going on to prototype is developed and is now going on to make more clinics interested in to share some studies with them to make with this new device with two types of green and blue light to monitor the microcirculation more properly and more physiologically to measure even the DO2 and the VO2 in the capillaries and the venules just by capillary hematocrit and red blood cell velocity. Very easy in a capillary and the venule side of the microcirculation. So in summary and conclusion, we can say that monitoring the microcirculation in ECMO can save lives in selected patients, especially in my opinion, every ECMO patient, and especially pulmonary embolism patients. And in terms of organization familiar with advanced hemodynamic monitoring, it's possible. Daily measuring of the microcirculation could prevent complications in mechanical circulatory support. MiECTiS is promising in the OR for more complex surgery, but it's a tough, technical challenge to make the films, make the pictures, image. And every critical patient can benefit from daily microcirculatory monitoring, and especially when Oxycom device is ready for clinical use, I think we make one step further in the clinical use of microcirculation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Thank you for your impressive results and a lot of, let's say, food for thought and further clinical development. So I think that we can move instantly to Justina Swoll. Justina Swoll is online, and she is a professor in ECMO and ECMologist, we will say. And I think that she is the most suitable for continuing this short but impressive session on ECMO. So Justina, just give us, in a short and concise presentation, what are the advances in ECMO in interventional cardiology and surgery? Because we need to do it better in order to make more people live. Thank you very much for participating in our Congress. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for the invitation. So we can start with my presentation. It will be streamed from Athens. And I will continue with some, let us say the ECMO did a journey from the rescue procedure to the standard procedure. So the topic of the presentation is protective ECMO during interventional procedures and surgery. Next slide, please. So this is my conflict of interest. Next slide, please. Historically, at the beginning of the ECMO and how ECMO was introduced in the cardiac or from the cardiac surgery and developed, it was almost always a rescue procedure. Until CESAR and EOLIA trials, we have seen that, and since then, we have seen that ECMO becomes more and more standard, and especially during the COVID period, it was the paradigm shift from rescue to standard. So what we knew, rescue provides a last resort intervention, and it was over the years, when the patient is deteriorated, has severe cardiac or respiratory failure, and fails to respond to conventional treatment. And nowadays, there is a change in the approach to managing patients requiring to ECMO to standard and protective organ support. And it begins with lung protection, as we can see in this slide. And echo used mostly for lung protection, but I would like to show some indications in ECMO use also for protective indications. Next slide, please. So let us start with the definition. Like protective ECMO is for lung protection during respiratory support, which minimize additional lung injury, avoiding high pressures and limiting exposure to harmful invasive ventilation. And this prevents further organ damage and improves outcomes by providing support before irreversible damage occurs. And initiating ECMO earlier may minimize ventilator-induced lung injury or avoid invasive medical ventilation during away ECMO. And this procedure is used especially for transplant and even during COVID. we started to avoid mechanical ventilation, but in bridge to transplant, to lung transplant is almost the standard. And another indication is ECMO in trauma. And several studies showed for this indication that early and even during the first 72 hours ECMO implantation and cannulation for the patient may improve the outcomes because of organ protection. And those patients even develop less kidney failure, they require less dialysis, and maybe weaned earlier than different patients or compared to another groups. Next slide, please. So this was for respiratory, and this is a bit different in VA ECMO and cardiac support, because last year we had two trials, the shock trial and the trial from Prague, and both trials did not show the advantage or did not show the benefit of VA ECMO compared in cardiogenic shock in several groups. So the patients were cannulated, but the survival was not better in the VA group than in the conventional group, which started the discussion when to open the parachute. And then please, next slide. Very briefly, because we should not draw hasty conclusions from these trials. And as someone says, the devil is in the details. When to open the parachute. If the parachute is opened too early, there is maybe no benefit because of the further complications. And if this opened too late, the patient, this is only the rescue intervention and no benefit, and the outcome is very bad. So the aim in VA ECMO is still to define this window of opportunity and to find the slot when the VA ECMO will be just right and protective and supportive in cardiogenic shock for the patients. And this is how the further investigation should focus on VA ECMO in cardiogenic shock. Next slide, please. But the next intervention and the topic I would like to mention is ECMO in bleeding. And this is an example of a really protective issue. And as my previous colleague and speaker mentioned about the microcirculation, this is what happened when we use ECMO in bleeding shock. So in this kind of lethal triad of coagulopathy, metabolic acidosis, and hypothermia, ECMO is very useful. Next slide, please. Because when we understand the interaction between hemocompatibility and thrombogenesis, we can see how ECMO is useful in this situation, because it restores blood circulation, it provides temperature control until the decision or further procedures like surgical or interventional, and it protects the organs by reperfusion. And of course, so you cannot say ECMO is a therapy. It's not a therapy for bleeding or coagulopathy because it cannot stop the bleeding, but it's maintaining the recirculation and the microperfusion. And in this way, we should also talk about the protective ECMO in this indication. Next slide, please. So this is the bridge to procedural ECMO. as we said, ECMO for bleeding, and then next step to next procedure, because ECMO is not the therapy. And it always means a balance between patient's condition and periprocedural risk and, for example, anatomy or technique, what we are doing intraoperatively. Next slide, please. And so I do not have the counts or numbers for how many procedures, because we do not have, we should maybe explore the ELSO registry for this, but I found some overview and review articles about the principles and indications of ECMO in general surgery, and also for ECMO in non-cardiac surgery. And the first paradigm shift is means because there is a shift from CPB, from cardiopulmonary bypass to ECMO intraoperatively. And for such risky procedures, surgeons started to use or to maintain with interdisciplinary teams the ECMO intraoperatively, or they had patients on ECMO, and patients needed the surgery. And in this way, we moved from cardiopulmonary bypass intraoperatively for risky procedures to intraoperative and intraprocedural ECMO, even VV ECMO or VA ECMO. And there are several beneficial issues and advantages of ECMO, like a small priming volume, short or long-term use, so it can be also bridged postoperatively, only centrifugal pump with less hemolysis, and also ECMO can be used without heparin or anticoagulation, which is intraoperatively really beneficial. So it's not only VA ECMO, but also VV ECMO, which may be used intraoperatively. And it means it's not only because of the risky procedure, but the patient condition may be quite deteriorating. And this is the indication to bridge this patient on ECMO during the procedure or surgery. Next slide, please. So the summary of potential indications and surgical procedures for VV ECMO is more like the technical nature and the risk of hypoxemia intraoperatively, which means any carinal resections or huge segmental tracheal resections, or the tracheal surgery. And next point are any kind of injuries, and for VA ECMO, also thoracic surgery, abdominal obstetrics for cardiomyopathy or pregnancy, and the whole area of cardiac catheter lab, like transfemoral aortal valve replacement, mitral clip, and ventricular tachycardia ablation. So all those procedures can be bridged on VA ECMO for critical patients, or if the patient is deteriorating intraprocedural, or even starting VA ECMO preventively before the procedure will be performed. So all this is a kind of patient evaluation. Next slide, please. And which means about the numbers. This is a bit older systematic review, and just to have an idea for aortic valve replacement, transfemoral for TAVI. VA ECMO was used in so this systematic review showed about 5,000 patients, and 4% of those patients were bridged with VA ECMO. Next slide, please. And as I said previously, it's always the balance between the patient's condition and technical issues and very procedural risk. And for this reason, this preoperative, so the team needs, this is an interdisciplinary team. The patient needs a preoperatively evaluation, and such procedures are, of course, for selected patients. So all these issues and all this recommendation, like further transport to the OR, anesthesia, monitoring, volume and transfusions, it should be included in the local protocol. And of course, this also beneficial the perfusionist or who is maintaining the ECMO and monitoring the ECMO during the procedure. It cannot be the person who is performing the intervention. It should be an additional team, and it should be also someone who can decide should the patient be bridged after the procedure, or how to maintain. And of course, the anticoagulation is it's recommended to not to give any anticoagulation for the procedure and start after monitoring and after the procedure, and to decide if the patient can be weaned or should it be bridged. So it's a bit an individual decision, and there is no guideline for this kind of procedure. And it's always also an interdisciplinary decision and team and decision making. Next slide, please. And of course, there is a huge danger of procedural complications, which means if on the ICU, it's easier to manage the patient because it's a stable situation. And during the surgery, for example, in the case of bleeding or another intraoperative technical complication regarding the surgery, also the ECMO flow may be, it may happen, there will be blood loss and hypovolemia, or any kind of different reasons for the hypoxemia. So it's always the team who is maintaining the ECMO during the procedure. It needs to be high skilled and have a lot of experience with ECMO and managing ECMO, and for troubleshooting and such interventions for managing the complication can be trained with a simulation, and for surgery it's a high level of ECMO management. Next slide, please. And this one is, for example, an example of an algorithm how to manage hypoxemia on ECMO with a flow chart. We also use it in our department for select. So if we have selected patient, even for tumor resection or trachea surgery, and managing patient intraoperatively, this is a good flow chart for someone who is maintaining the patient and the ECMO, just to follow and to prevent the hypoxemia. And this is also the aim of ECMO for thoracic surgery, to prevent intraoperative hypoxemia and brain injury intraoperatively. This more for VA, like managing circulation, and VV, preventing hypoxemia. Next slide, please. So just my take-home message in the summary. So we have the paradigm shift in ECMO provision, and we moved from rescue to standard and protective organ support, and it's developing more and more in this direction. The peri-procedural ECMO utilization is feasible, We do not have the exact numbers. It should be maybe included also in the registries. This periprocedural ECMO also requires comprehensive patient selection by interdisciplinary teams, and it requires experienced interdisciplinary teams, including surgeons, anesthesia, perfusion, nurses, the whole team, and guidelines on such maneuvers and procedures has to be developed. Yes, I'm open to any discussion. Thank you for your attention, and I wish everyone a great conference in Athens. Thank you so much.
We're a little bit short of time, so we will just ask if Dr. Murjani is online. And okay, and then we will have 1 minute comment from you both. Okay. So we can start from Dr. Kimura.
Okay.
Just a very short comment, then
Okay.
and then Dr. Murjani.
Okay. Dr. Aikin, first, thank you so much for very interesting research data. I'm so impressed. You are great imaging data. Thank you so much. And Dr. Swall, thank you so much. A great overview. I'm so impressed with your presentation. Thank you so much.
I have just a short comment concerning Dr. Akin. I think there can be a good puzzle, a piece of puzzle in the patient-adapted perfusion strategy in the future, also for us during pulmonary bypass. The only doubts I have a bit, because I'm a bit pragmatic and I'm a bit simple, you know, I need a number. So I can imagine that it can be really difficult to interpret this microcirculation. Do you think that we have for the future perhaps algorithm that get us a number as we have from the narcotrend, for example? Oh, it was more a question. Sorry, it was a question. But yeah, we do that on a coffee break. Yes, thank you very much.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Okay, and this is Narain online from Cambridge. I mean, it's a huge ECMO center. It's one of the largest ECMO centers in Britain. Hello, Narain. How are you?
Nice to see you, and thank you for a fantastic conference and two great presentations. Just a question for Dr. Akin, actually. Just fantastic technology, and I think it'll be the way forward for a lot of how we practice. How do you see us integrating that into clinical practice? I loved your penultimate slide about the synergy with all our other markers, the crucial point being end organ perfusion. And I'm wondering, is it AI and machine learning that will ultimately allow us to develop this and bring this into clinical practice? Because the information you're able to give is fantastic, and just say congratulations again on the work that you're doing.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's well, the 1 million question is how to implement it in the clinical bedside decision. And I think the daily measurement by short snapshot measurements, which will give you bedside directly a clear number, as Hans-Jürgen suggested as well. A number of the total vessel density beginning, and then the DO2 and the VO2. I think that will make sense to have that directly like a temperature, you know, like a blip, and then get the number for there's something wrong or there's something okay in this patient is okay according to the microcirculatory measurements. You can believe this microcirculation or whether not.
Thank you.
We end the session. Okay, I'd like to invite Dr. Merkin to moderate Prakash Punjabi's keynote lecture. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We'll now introduce Professor Prakash Punjabi, who is the editor of Perfusion Journal, and he will giving us, there we go, hello Prakash,
Hi.
an update now on the literature. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you, both Anesthesia and Polychronis, for inviting me. Many congratulations, first of all, for your 10th anniversary meeting. My apologies for not being there in person. But I was also listening to the talks, and I'm very pleased to hear the talks that were a little bit alluding to the sort of link that I was trying to facilitate, which is MiECTiS and minimal invasive MiECTiS and ECMO and ECLS. And we were recently at the EuroELSO meeting for the journal editorial board. And I thought I'll just share with you a little bit about what we are publishing and how perhaps MiECTiS can expand their horizon with the words like maximize your minimal invasiveness by using mini circuits, or maximize your life-saving with MiECTiS circuits, etc. But and Justina gave a very good overview, and Justina has been a very important member of the EuroELSO, and she's also on the editorial board of the Perfusion Journal. So it was very heartening to see that. I'm also very, very happy to inform you that we've really increased in the number of submissions to a very high, remarkable number now. We get around 550 submissions a year, starting 10 years ago when we used to be in 50 and 60 per year. And we have a acceptance rate around 50 to 55%, as a rejection rate between 40 and 45%. We've improved quite a lot in terms of our acceptance. And we made a decision last year where we said that we have now a lot of manuscripts that are waiting publication online first, and whether we should increase the number of issues that we have from 8 to 12, or we increase the number of pages. And in consultation and discussion with various editorial board members, and in an attempt to improve the impact factor, we took a bold decision to increase the number of pages rather than the number of issues, because we felt that we can publish more in the same issue. So with the support of Sage as a publisher, we were able to take the page limit off, which we previously were limited to between 90, maximum 80 and 90 pages. And now we don't have a limit. We publish on an average 200 to 220 pages per issue, where previously we were publishing between 8 and 9 manuscripts. We now cross 20, on an average between 20 to 22. And what this does is it gets the online first into print much quicker. And the driver was we were having a large number of issues in the bank, and the publishing rate that we had was typical around 18 months. And clearly, if an author has submitted and it's been online first, he really wants to see it in print as well. And there are a couple of ways. As you know, we've increased from previously 6 to 8. We have a special issue with EuroELSO every year, which is number 9. And we also have a special issue on a topic that is selected by the editorial board, and that becomes number 10. So we are now publishing 8 regular issues, 1 EuroELSO special issue, and another topical special issue. So 10 issues a year, and there is no page limit per issue. Of course, for the special issues, it's a different page limit, because that depends on the number of manuscripts submitted or accepted. but in terms of regular, on an average, it's between 200 to 220 pages. So I think that's one very good positive point that I wanted to share. What I wanted to also show is we are seeing a resurgence in the distribution worldwide and between submissions and acceptance, and as it takes time often for the scientific content to be peer reviewed and improved in quality. But we are seeing an emergence of various countries that we had very little touch from before. And one of the reasons is the spread of the associate editors, which now is worldwide, and especially Zhao Tong, who deserves special mention from China, who has really encouraged. We have Mark Cruz, John Tomasian, Justina Swoll, and Philippe de Sommer, who are the other associate editor members. And then we have 4 members of the EuroElso board on the EuroElso editorial board. And it's really a remarkable team that is working tirelessly. And I have now got approval, hopefully, for another associate editor to support, because the work has to be distributed amongst all of us. We have specialty topic editors and editorial board members, the number of which is around 24. As you can see, we have dramatically reduced the time to first decision and final decision, just in an effort to improve anybody who wishes to submit and be the first journal in consideration, not just for scientific content, but also being able to turn around with a decision, hopefully an acceptance, but certainly not a guarantee. We then try to push the time and production, because again, it's not so much in terms of completion of the peer review process. What happens after the peer review process to get a online first publication is very important, because once the review process and the author corrections are accepted and the proof has been reviewed, we really want to make sure that we are seeing the online first. And you can see we've really worked very hard to get that down. And the idea is to get it down to 8 days, so that once it's completed the full process, but it's like 75% improvement over the years. As I told you, we jumped the page. So as you can see, there's more than doubling of the page for the issues. We are averaging 220, and this for the foreseeable future. We have been very grateful and pleased to report that SAGE is a very, very supportive publishing organization. And there are multiple discussions, and they are very supportive, and they will keep the flexible budget going for as long as we feel it necessary to use, without limit at all. And if I wanted to, I could even publish 250 pages, but there's a limit to sending a printed issue around to everyone, which risks becoming a book rather than a journal. But the idea is that we want to make sure that online first translates into print as soon as it is practical. And we are to the stage of 9 regular, including the EuroElso, and 10 being the special topic editor. We are seeing an increase in the online usage, and it's not just because of COVID. We as a journal have maintained our online usage year on year. Now, the other important thing from a journal point of view that gives you an idea of, where is the important manuscripts and topics, and who are the authors who are writing the relevant. And that's where I like to evaluate quite a bit, because the idea is, what is it that people want to read more and again, and how we as a journal, how we as an author, how we can target better so that we can serve the community, and become submission and reader. So we want to try and be flowing with the direction. And that's the reason why I was wanting to sort of share this with MiECTiS, shared to suggest that maybe MiECTiS and EuroAlso, and you heard very well from Justina, who's really one of the top experts in the field, to try and see how we can form a synergy, how MiECTiS could look at perhaps having a session during the next EuroAlso so that it could form a part of the future. The future is AI, but the future is also a lot of it in combination with how you can reach out and amalgamate not just mini invasive, because I think that is definitely on the move, but I think the big untapped potential is extracorporeal circuits, life support circuits, portable circuits, in the OR, in the ITU, and where MiECTiS could play a role. We have now a special person that either on discussion with me highlights manuscripts that we engage online in various platforms through the official SAGE publication or perfusion pages, and idea is to share as much as possible. This is a very important, and one of the reasons SAGE is a non-profit trust organization is they take it at very heart. They are not a for-profit organization. There is no commitment to earn money. You just have to balance your books. But we need to follow, and quite rightly so, the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I will just share quite a few other metrics. As you can see, we were a little bit disappointed that we actually reduced our impact factor. But we are hopeful. We've done a little bit of our internal calculations to try and see where we were and how we were. 2020, I think there was redefining of the denominators and the numerators, so almost everybody benefited, including us. I was hoping that we will stay around 1.5, but what we are seeing now is that we will have an increase, and for us, then it'll be a much more stable increase. I'm just going to list a few of the cited top 10 articles. As you can see, ECMO in COVID, emergent cardiopulmonary bypass, inflammatory index, bivalirudin for anticoagulation, veno arterial ECMO with double pump. All these things are things where MiECTiS, ECLS, mini-invasive could be targeted to try and see how a synergy can be developed. So I think we have an opportunity here to be a little lateral to increase the usage and reach out for collaboration. As you can see, one of the other scores that is used is site score, which we keep on increasing year by year. And again, the internal discussion is that it probably be around 4 this year. We will be getting the new impact factor next month, and I'm very happy to share once I get that. But we are hoping that we will improve on our impact factor from last year, as all other indicators indicate that we are. Thank you. We are quite aggressive with SAGE in marketing. There is various word by mouth, online, and libraries, and that increases the number of subscribers. We have various organizations. I think the attendance at the Royal Show was one of the largest, and every one of them gets a QR code link and is signed up as a member for the Perfusion Journal. So we have, for authors and reviewers, many resources. We recognize reviewers on Publons, and everybody gets scored. And at the end of the year, we provide certificates, because if there's any way you want to prove your appraisal, then we have. As you can see, one of the other worries was, if we increase the number of issues, what will happen to advertising? And that was partly the reason why we said, let's go for page number increase. And you can see we maintain our online advertising, and we haven't seen a fall in our advertising revenue. These are some of the other papers where there were download citations. And again, if you go through the topics, ECLS training and simulation, I see that MiECTiS is running training and simulation in Auditorium B, which is again very important. But extracorporeal life support, extracorporeal membrane oxygenation as a generate trial, pharmacokinetics during ECMO, and all these things are influenced by the circuit. All these things are influenced by what goes into the circuit and what is the circuit. So why can't we think about a synergy where we can have a mutually beneficial collaboration that would improve the circuit and the contents, while improving the response and the safety of our support that we can provide to the ECMO patients. We have various suggestions, and we are, I think that's probably my last. So this was a PDF. Can I go back to the? Yes. I just did that. Thank you, John. I hope that gives a bit of a overview of what we have. We are at the current stage of the journal and what we are publishing, and how I feel MiECTiS can be considering collaborations that might be beneficial to various bodies. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Prakash. And I think that's quite remarkable. The increase in your, or the reduction in your turnaround times, which of course is very, very important for authors, you know, submitting and getting these things accepted, rejected, or critiqued. Yeah.
So we were, yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. First of all, we were one editor and two associate editors. We went from one editor to 3 to 4 to 5. So the workload, I am very grateful to the associate editors. I can't do, as you know very well, the chief editor may sound as though it's not him, it's the team. And, you know, Justina is one of, and it's really remarkable how everybody, you know, and none of us does this for any monetary reason at all. As you know, this is all passion, this is all literary, this is all driven, educational, and the effort to you know, spread the work, if you want to call, is ongoing. And hopefully I will improve the editorial board by another associate editor. That will be 5 to 6, and so we can even provide our service better. It's been 10 years since I took over. I remember very well my first trip during the Thessaloniki meeting, and I had just taken over, and Jan Belolavik and everybody was there, and I was chatting, and that's how we started. That's how I said, look, I've just joined and taken over this journal, but I have a sort of 18-month print delay, and I've got only 50 submissions per year. And it's your journey and my journey. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that really is tremendous, and we look forward, as you say, to the new impact factor, because I think clearly these are the parameters that are crucial. And as you say, that there's just being able to look at that 10-year progression is really a testimonial to your input, guidance, and the types of steps you've taken to facilitate this whole process. That's excellent.
Thank you.
Good. Well, thank you very much. I think that some closes it for this session. So thank you all very much.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you once again. See you soon, hopefully. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Terumo's new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump with X-coating surface coating is a sterile, single-use device used as an extracorporeal blood pump in cardiopulmonary bypass procedures for up to 6 hours. The pump is intended for use with the Terumo Advanced Perfusion System 1 and SARN's centrifugal pump systems, or it may be used with Stockert-Sorin centrifugal pump systems. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is a drop-in replacement for the SARN's centrifugal pump. No adapter plate is needed when it is used with the LivaNova S5 and S3 heart-lung machines. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's design provides flows to 8 liters per minute and has a maximum pressure rating of 700 millimeters of mercury. Additionally, the max pump rotation speed is 3,600 revolutions per minute with a prime volume of 55 milliliters. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is pre-treated with X-coating, Terumo's exclusive biopassive surface coating. Because it has the same basic shape and performance as the SARN centrifugal pump, the Capiox ICP pump is a direct replacement in tubing packs. The pump features an efficient impeller design with molded-in magnets. Because there is no protrusion, the pump fits LivaNova drive motors. The SARN's centrifugal pump had 11 parts and sub-assemblies. The new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump has only 5 components to reduce complexity while still meeting critical user needs. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump uses the same proven connector barb design as on Terumo's Capiox FX oxygenators. There is a 2-barb design on the Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's outlet and inlet versus 3 on SARN's centrifugal pump. This means there is less risk for tubing disconnect, although tie banding all connections is still recommended. It's important to thoroughly read all warnings, cautions, and instructions carefully prior to use. Contact your Terumo cardiovascular sales representative for more information or visit us online. Terumo's new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump with X-coating surface coating is a sterile, single-use device used as an extracorporeal blood pump in cardiopulmonary bypass procedures for up to 6 hours. The pump is intended for use with the Terumo Advanced Perfusion System 1 and SARN's centrifugal pump systems, or it may be used with Stockert-Sorin centrifugal pump systems. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is a drop-in replacement for the SARN's centrifugal pump. No adapter plate is needed when it is used with the LivaNova S5 and S3 heart-lung machines. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's design provides flows to 8 liters per minute and has a maximum pressure rating of 700 millimeters of mercury. Additionally, the max pump rotation speed is 3,600 revolutions per minute with a prime volume of 55 milliliters. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is pre-treated with X-coating, Terumo's exclusive biopassive surface coating. Because it has the same basic shape and performance as the SARN centrifugal pump, the Capiox ICP pump is a direct replacement in tubing packs. The pump features an efficient impeller design with molded-in magnets. Because there is no protrusion, the pump fits LivaNova drive motors. The SARN's centrifugal pump had 11 parts and sub-assemblies. The new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump has only 5 components to reduce complexity while still meeting critical user needs. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump uses the same proven connector barb design as on Terumo's Capiox FX oxygenators. There is a 2-barb design on the Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's outlet and inlet versus 3 on SARN's centrifugal pump. This means there is less risk for tubing disconnect, although tie banding all connections is still recommended. It's important to thoroughly read all warnings, cautions, and instructions carefully prior to use. Contact your Terumo cardiovascular sales representative for more information or visit us online. Terumo's new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump with X-coating surface coating is a sterile, single-use device used as an extracorporeal blood pump in cardiopulmonary bypass procedures for up to 6 hours. The pump is intended for use with the Terumo Advanced Perfusion System 1 and SARN's centrifugal pump systems, or it may be used with Stockard Sorin centrifugal pump systems. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is a drop-in replacement for the SARN's centrifugal pump. No adapter plate is needed when it is used with the LivaNova S5 and S3 heart-lung machines. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's design provides flows to 8 liters per minute and has a maximum pressure rating of 700 millimeters of mercury. Additionally, the max pump rotation speed is 3,600 revolutions per minute with a prime volume of 55 milliliters. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is pre-treated with X-coating, Terumo's exclusive biopassive surface coating. Because it has the same basic shape and performance as the SARN centrifugal pump, the Capiox ICP pump is a direct replacement in tubing packs. The pump features an efficient impeller design with molded-in magnets. Because there is no protrusion, the pump fits LivaNova drive motors. The SARN's centrifugal pump had 11 parts and sub-assemblies. The new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump has only 5 components to reduce complexity while still meeting critical user needs. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump uses the same proven connector barb design as on Terumo's Capiox FX oxygenators. There is a 2-barb design on the Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's outlet and inlet versus 3 on SARN's centrifugal pump. This means there is less risk for tubing disconnect, although tie banding all connections is still recommended. It's important to thoroughly read all warnings, cautions, and instructions carefully prior to use. Contact your Terumo cardiovascular sales representative for more information or visit us online. Terumo's new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump with X-coating surface coating is a sterile, single-use device used as an extracorporeal blood pump in cardiopulmonary bypass procedures for up to 6 hours. The pump is intended for use with the Terumo Advanced Perfusion System 1 and SARN's centrifugal pump systems, or it may be used with Stockard Sorin centrifugal pump systems. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is a drop-in replacement for the SARN's centrifugal pump. No adapter plate is needed when it is used with the LivaNova S5 and S3 heart-lung machines. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's design provides flows to 8 liters per minute and has a maximum pressure rating of 700 millimeters of mercury. Additionally, the max pump rotation speed is 3,600 revolutions per minute with a prime volume of 55 milliliters. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is pre-treated with X-coating, Terumo's exclusive biopassive surface coating. Because it has the same basic shape and performance as the SARN centrifugal pump, the Capiox ICP pump is a direct replacement in tubing packs. The pump features an efficient impeller design with molded-in magnets. Because there is no protrusion, the pump fits LivaNova drive motors. The SARN's centrifugal pump had 11 parts and sub-assemblies. The new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump has only 5 components to reduce complexity while still meeting critical user needs. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump uses the same proven connector barb design as on Terumo's Capiox FX oxygenators. There is a 2-barb design on the Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's outlet and inlet versus 3 on SARN's centrifugal pump. This means there is less risk for tubing disconnect, although tie banding all connections is still recommended. It's important to thoroughly read all warnings, cautions, and instructions carefully prior to use. Contact your Terumo cardiovascular sales representative for more information or visit us online. Terumo's new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump with X-coating surface coating is a sterile, single-use device used as an extracorporeal blood pump in cardiopulmonary bypass procedures for up to 6 hours. The pump is intended for use with the Terumo Advanced Perfusion System 1 and SARN's centrifugal pump systems, or it may be used with Stockard Sorin centrifugal pump systems. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is a drop-in replacement for the SARN's centrifugal pump. No adapter plate is needed when it is used with the LivaNova S5 and S3 heart-lung machines. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's design provides flows to 8 liters per minute and has a maximum pressure rating of 700 millimeters of mercury. Additionally, the max pump rotation speed is 3,600 revolutions per minute with a prime volume of 55 milliliters. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is pre-treated with X-coating, Terumo's exclusive biopassive surface coating. Because it has the same basic shape and performance as the SARN centrifugal pump, the Capiox ICP pump is a direct replacement in tubing packs. The pump features an efficient impeller design with molded-in magnets. Because there is no protrusion, the pump fits LivaNova drive motors. The SARN's centrifugal pump had 11 parts and sub-assemblies. The new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump has only 5 components to reduce complexity while still meeting critical user needs. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump uses the same proven connector barb design as on Terumo's Capiox FX oxygenators. There is a 2-barb design on the Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's outlet and inlet versus 3 on SARN's centrifugal pump. This means there is less risk for tubing disconnect, although tie banding all connections is still recommended. It's important to thoroughly read all warnings, cautions, and instructions carefully prior to use. Contact your Terumo cardiovascular sales representative for more information or visit us online. Terumo's new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump with X-coating surface coating is a sterile, single-use device used as an extracorporeal blood pump in cardiopulmonary bypass procedures for up to 6 hours. The pump is intended for use with the Terumo Advanced Perfusion System 1 and SARN's centrifugal pump systems, or it may be used with Stockard Sorin centrifugal pump systems. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is a drop-in replacement for the SARN's centrifugal pump. No adapter plate is needed when it is used with the LivaNova S5 and S3 heart-lung machines. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's design provides flows to 8 liters per minute and has a maximum pressure rating of 700 millimeters of mercury. Additionally, the max pump rotation speed is 3,600 revolutions per minute with a prime volume of 55 milliliters. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is pre-treated with X-coating, Terumo's exclusive biopassive surface coating. Because it has the same basic shape and performance as the SARN centrifugal pump, the Capiox ICP pump is a direct replacement in tubing packs. The pump features an efficient impeller design with molded-in magnets. Because there is no protrusion, the pump fits LivaNova drive motors. The SARN's centrifugal pump had 11 parts and sub-assemblies. The new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump has only 5 components to reduce complexity while still meeting critical user needs. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump uses the same proven connector barb design as on Terumo's Capiox FX oxygenators. There is a 2-barb design on the Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's outlet and inlet versus 3 on SARN's centrifugal pump. This means there is less risk for tubing disconnect, although tie banding all connections is still recommended. It's important to thoroughly read all warnings, cautions, and instructions carefully prior to use. Contact your Terumo cardiovascular sales representative for more information or visit us online. Terumo's new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump with X-coating surface coating is a sterile, single-use device used as an extracorporeal blood pump in cardiopulmonary bypass procedures for up to 6 hours. The pump is intended for use with the Terumo Advanced Perfusion System 1 and SARN's centrifugal pump systems, or it may be used with Stockard Sorin centrifugal pump systems. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is a drop-in replacement for the SARN's centrifugal pump. No adapter plate is needed when it is used with the LivaNova S5 and S3 heart-lung machines. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's design provides flows to 8 liters per minute and has a maximum pressure rating of 700 millimeters of mercury. Additionally, the max pump rotation speed is 3,600 revolutions per minute with a prime volume of 55 milliliters. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is pre-treated with X-coating, Terumo's exclusive biopassive surface coating. Because it has the same basic shape and performance as the SARN centrifugal pump, the Capiox ICP pump is a direct replacement in tubing packs. The pump features an efficient impeller design with molded-in magnets. Because there is no protrusion, the pump fits LivaNova drive motors. The SARN's centrifugal pump had 11 parts and sub-assemblies. The new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump has only 5 components to reduce complexity while still meeting critical user needs. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump uses the same proven connector barb design as on Terumo's Capiox FX oxygenators. There is a 2-barb design on the Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's outlet and inlet versus 3 on SARN's centrifugal pump. This means there is less risk for tubing disconnect, although tie banding all connections is still recommended. It's important to thoroughly read all warnings, cautions, and instructions carefully prior to use. Contact your Terumo cardiovascular sales representative for more information or visit us online. Terumo's new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump with X-coating surface coating is a sterile, single-use device used as an extracorporeal blood pump in cardiopulmonary bypass procedures for up to 6 hours. The pump is intended for use with the Terumo Advanced Perfusion System 1 and SARN's centrifugal pump systems, or it may be used with Stockard Sorin centrifugal pump systems. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is a drop-in replacement for the SARN's centrifugal pump. No adapter plate is needed when it is used with the LivaNova S5 and S3 heart-lung machines. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's design provides flows to 8 liters per minute and has a maximum pressure rating of 700 millimeters of mercury. Additionally, the max pump rotation speed is 3,600 revolutions per minute with a prime volume of 55 milliliters. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is pre-treated with X-coating, Terumo's exclusive biopassive surface coating. Because it has the same basic shape and performance as the SARN centrifugal pump, the Capiox ICP pump is a direct replacement in tubing packs. The pump features an efficient impeller design with molded-in magnets. Because there is no protrusion, the pump fits LivaNova drive motors. The SARN's centrifugal pump had 11 parts and sub-assemblies. The new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump has only 5 components to reduce complexity while still meeting critical user needs. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump uses the same proven connector barb design as on Terumo's Capiox FX oxygenators. There is a 2-barb design on the Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's outlet and inlet versus 3 on SARN's centrifugal pump. This means there is less risk for tubing disconnect, although tie banding all connections is still recommended. It's important to thoroughly read all warnings, cautions, and instructions carefully prior to use. Contact your Terumo cardiovascular sales representative for more information or visit us online. Terumo's new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump with X-coating surface coating is a sterile, single-use device used as an extracorporeal blood pump in cardiopulmonary bypass procedures for up to 6 hours. The pump is intended for use with the Terumo Advanced Perfusion System 1 and SARN's centrifugal pump systems, or it may be used with Stockard-Sorin centrifugal pump systems. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is a drop-in replacement for the SARN's centrifugal pump. No adapter plate is needed when it is used with the LivaNova S5 and S3 heart-lung machines. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's design provides flows to 8 liters per minute and has a maximum pressure rating of 700 millimeters of mercury. Additionally, the max pump rotation speed is 3,600 revolutions per minute with a prime volume of 55 milliliters. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is pre-treated with X-coating, Terumo's exclusive biopassive surface coating. Because it has the same basic shape and performance as the SARN centrifugal pump, the Capiox ICP pump is a direct replacement in tubing packs. The pump features an efficient impeller design with molded-in magnets. Because there is no protrusion, the pump fits LivaNova drive motors. The SARN's centrifugal pump had 11 parts and sub-assemblies. The new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump has only 5 components to reduce complexity while still meeting critical user needs. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump uses the same proven connector barb design as on Terumo's Capiox FX oxygenators. There is a 2-barb design on the Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's outlet and inlet versus 3 on SARN's centrifugal pump. This means there is less risk for tubing disconnect, although tie banding all connections is still recommended. It's important to thoroughly read all warnings, cautions, and instructions carefully prior to use. Contact your Terumo cardiovascular sales representative for more information or visit us online. Terumo's new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump with X-coating surface coating is a sterile, single-use device used as an extracorporeal blood pump in cardiopulmonary bypass procedures for up to 6 hours. The pump is intended for use with the Terumo Advanced Perfusion System 1 and SARN's centrifugal pump systems, or it may be used with Stockard-Sorin centrifugal pump systems. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is a drop-in replacement for the SARN's centrifugal pump. No adapter plate is needed when it is used with the LivaNova S5 and S3 heart-lung machines. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's design provides flows to 8 liters per minute and has a maximum pressure rating of 700 millimeters of mercury. Additionally, the max pump rotation speed is 3,600 revolutions per minute with a prime volume of 55 milliliters. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is pre-treated with X-coating, Terumo's exclusive biopassive surface coating. Because it has the same basic shape and performance as the SARN centrifugal pump, the Capiox ICP pump is a direct replacement in tubing packs. The pump features an efficient impeller design with molded-in magnets. Because there is no protrusion, the pump fits LivaNova drive motors. The SARN's centrifugal pump had 11 parts and sub-assemblies. The new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump has only 5 components to reduce complexity while still meeting critical user needs. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump uses the same proven connector barb design as on Terumo's Capiox FX oxygenators. There is a 2-barb design on the Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's outlet and inlet versus 3 on SARN's centrifugal pump. This means there is less risk for tubing disconnect, although tie banding all connections is still recommended. It's important to thoroughly read all warnings, cautions, and instructions carefully prior to use. Contact your Terumo cardiovascular sales representative for more information or visit us online. Terumo's new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump with X-coating surface coating is a sterile, single-use device used as an extracorporeal blood pump in cardiopulmonary bypass procedures for up to 6 hours. The pump is intended for use with the Terumo Advanced Perfusion System 1 and SARN's centrifugal pump systems, or it may be used with Stockard Sorin centrifugal pump systems. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is a drop-in replacement for the SARN's centrifugal pump. No adapter plate is needed when it is used with the LivaNova S5 and S3 heart-lung machines. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's design provides flows to 8 liters per minute and has a maximum pressure rating of 700 millimeters of mercury. Additionally, the max pump rotation speed is 3,600 revolutions per minute with a prime volume of 55 milliliters. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump is pre-treated with X-coating, Terumo's exclusive biopassive surface coating. Because it has the same basic shape and performance as the SARN centrifugal pump, the Capiox ICP pump is a direct replacement in tubing packs. The pump features an efficient impeller design with molded-in magnets. Because there is no protrusion, the pump fits LivaNova drive motors. The SARN's centrifugal pump had 11 parts and sub-assemblies. The new Capiox ICP centrifugal pump has only 5 components to reduce complexity while still meeting critical user needs. The Capiox ICP centrifugal pump uses the same proven connector barb design as on Terumo's Capiox FX oxygenators. There is a 2-barb design on the Capiox ICP centrifugal pump's outlet and inlet versus 3 on SARN's